Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you all to the 15th Veterans and Community Oversight and Engagement Board Federal Advisory Committee meeting. I'm Eugene Skinner, your designated federal officer, and the alternate designated federal officer is Mr. Chi-Hung Zito. In an attempt to ensure you have a positive meeting experience, this meeting is being executed using the WebEx event teleconferencing platform. If you experience any technological challenges during this call or have questions, there are Federal Advisory Committee staff available to assist you by email. You may contact them at veofaca@va.gov. A public comment session will occur today from 4:10 p.m. to 5:10 p.m. Eastern or 1:10 p.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. Currently, there is only one individual selected in the order of event registration. In the interest of time management, speakers will be held to a 5-minute time limit, and if time expires and your name was not selected or you did not register to provide public comment and would like to do so, you are asked to submit public comments via email to the same email I provided, veofaca@va.gov, for inclusion in the official meeting record. Before I turn the meeting over to the chair, Lieutenant General Hopper, I would like to cover a few rules of engagement. Mute your phone line and silence cell phones. Mute your microphones on your desktop. The chair has requested to please turn on your camera if your system is equipped. Allow the DFO or VCOEB chair to yield the floor to you prior to speaking. The chair will ask for questions and/or comments throughout the meeting. However, please hold all questions until the respective presentation is complete. Please identify yourself prior to speaking. Even though we're recording this, we still have minute takers. And after speaking, be sure to mute your microphone. A roll call vote will be used for all proposed recommendations. And minimize background noise while speaking. And just as a heads up that this session is being recorded. What I probably need to do is share my screen so you all can see that. Yeah, assume everybody can see that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll give you a minute to read what I just read. All right. Come on, sir. You got to keep me on my game today. We have a pretty full agenda today. We're starting about 3, starting a couple minutes late, and we're scheduled to go to about 7 p.m. Eastern time. So a lot going on today, a lot packed into this camp. So the first thing we'll do, we'll just I've done attendance as you all registered, and we'll just go ahead and get started. And I'll hand it over to you, General Hopper, for the beginning, for the welcome, and then your opening remarks.
Okay, thanks, Eugene. Good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everybody. And happy holidays. We're in the midst of the holiday season, so I appreciate you taking the time to join us for this 15th VCOEB meeting. As Eugene said, we do have a number of things on the agenda today, and so it will be a crowded input, except we're a little bit surprised to only have one person sign up for the public comment, so that may give us some time back, which will probably prove to be useful. One of the things that we have become accustomed to doing is starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. So why don't we do that? And if you can stand. If you've got on your favorite PJs, we promise not to look, or you can go ahead and turn your screen off. So let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I didn't have a chance to look at the screen, so I don't know if anybody has exciting PJs on or not. So we can pass on that. We want to welcome some new members of the VCOEB, and I will just briefly read their names and perhaps try to capture a couple of phrases to describe where they're coming from. These are not in a particular order, but we're pleased to welcome Ms. Heidi Marston. She's currently the executive director of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. Frankly, we have worked with Ms. Marston before, and we're delighted to have her as a member of the VCOEB. Mr. Keith Boylan has joined the VCOEB. He works for Governor Newsom as the Deputy Secretary for the Veteran Services Division at the California Department of Veterans Affairs. He's also an Army veteran, tactical fire specialist. As an airman, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but it probably doesn't sound good for airplanes flying over, so I won't dig too deeply into that. We're also pleased to welcome, and I'll say welcome back because she attended many of our meetings in the past, Christina Bari, 1887 Fund President, and the daughter of our colleague, dearly missed colleague, Carolina Bari. We miss her a lot, and you, Christine, as well. Mr. Sean Van Dever, welcome. Senior Manager for Deloitte. He works with government clients. A Navy background, another fire control sort of person with the Aegis weapon system. So great background, and thanks for joining this board as a volunteer. And let me see. Okay, and the last person that I've got here is Mr. Captain U.S. Navy retired Larry Vasquez. Captain Vasquez, welcome. Works for the city of Los Angeles. We're very pleased to have you join the board and look forward to your experience in the future. And let's see, I don't think I missed anybody. I believe that's it. This board has been going on now for close to 5 years for the board, almost 6 years. And it has been a labor of love, and there's more work to be done. So for the new folks, don't think that you're joining when things are just about over. As you'll see when the master plan is briefed, if you can hang in there, you'll be able to see the finished product in and about 2038, it looks like. So I personally don't believe I'll be around for that, but we hope that the legacy of the VCOEB will continue in helping establish this or restore this home for soldiers. One other administrative issue is we have a new chair for the master planning, and for our new members, we'll work with you with our subcommittee chairs. Dr. Josh Bamberger for the Services Subcommittee. And what I was about to announce is that Mr. Rob Beglin will take over as the chair of our Master Planning Subcommittee. Despite what you may have wished, Anthony Allman is not going away. We have coerced him into staying on the board. So we're pleased that Anthony has found time to be able to continue to contribute at the high level that he's contributed for the last several years as a member of the board. So welcome, Rob, and you'll hear more from Rob later on today. I think that's all I have for the opening remarks. When we close out today and talk about the next meeting, we hope to be able to do that in person, and frankly, I'll get a chance to meet all the new folks, but we'll discuss that at the end of the day. That's all I have right now. Let's get some comments from our Veterans Experience Office. And Mr. Bursler, I know, is tied up with senior leader ratings, I think, today. And I think Mr. Jim Morski has got some comments for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, General Hopper. John Bursler is going to try to join our meeting at the end of his day today. So he has it on his calendar, depending on how his meeting goes late into the evening or how we go late into the evening. So we'll see. But on behalf of John, our Chief Veterans Experience Officer, myself and the whole team, for those who are coming back, welcome back to this great mission that you are doing. Thank you very much for the dedication that you all have. And I'm just going to augment a couple of things that you mentioned as introducing the 5 new members coming in. But of course, thanks to the repeat members. To Heidi Marnston, welcome back and welcome back to working with the VA again, ma'am. Very glad to have you back working with us, Heidi, and thank you for all the great work that you're doing. To Keith, if you could do us a favor in the state of California, please give our best regards from John and myself to Dr. Vito Imbrisani, a very, very great individual. I know you know him well, and we appreciate working with him through the NASDAQ connections. Christine, thank you for the great work you do with 1887. And Sean, I'm just going to mention with your work with Deloitte and all, I know you're on the West Coast, but when I was at Walter Reed, many of our recovering veterans who are continuing their education, looking for future work, did go work for Deloitte in the DC or the East Coast area. And all I can say is thank you for your partnership with Deloitte in many ways, not just through government contracts, but of course, to the successes of taking care of some of our wounded warriors. And last but not least, to definitely welcome in as a new member to Lawrence Vasquez. Lawrence, thank you for the great work you're doing with the mayor of Los Angeles. I don't know if you ever have the opportunity to link in with your East Coast partner or peer at New York City. He's Lieutenant Colonel James Herndon, a very good individual working for Mayor de Blasio. I think it might be East Coast meet West Coast, having big, larger cities together, but just like you, we appreciate all the work that's going on in the LA area. And if there's ever an opportunity to maybe bounce some ideas against New York City, there's an open door with James Herndon. He's a very good individual. So to the new team members, thank you. Thank you for the adventure we're about to go on. Thank you to the repeating people staying on the board and going forward. And for my personal interest and heart and all, thank you all for the deeds that you are doing. Because quite honestly, this Federal Advisory Committee with the leadership of Eugene Skinner and definitely the leadership of General Hopper are changing lives. You are changing people's lives for the better, and I certainly appreciate that. So, sir, I'm going to hand it back over to you or to go forward on, but and hopefully towards the latter part of today, we will be hearing from John Bursler if he can make this meeting. So thank you very much, sir.
Very good, Jim. Thank you very much as well. I think next we have opening remarks from Dr. Braverman.
Thanks, General Hopper. And welcome to the new members. Look forward to working with you, many of whom we already have been. So appreciate your continued support to our veterans here in the greater Los Angeles area. So as usual, I just want to highlight a few things that are important for consideration as you look at the overall master plan stuff and move forward with the VCOEB in regards to what's happening here at GLA. One of the things that I'm happy to say is that this last fiscal year, which ended at the end of September, we were able to be solvent, come in under or at our $1.1 billion budget. That included taking care of 88,000 unique veterans, which is about 98% of where we were prior to COVID. So we had a little drop last year, recovery this past year, so that our veterans are returning to get their care and not being afraid to come into the facility or get the virtual care as those options continue to be available for our veterans. So that's a good thing. In regards to COVID, we continue to mirror what's going on in the Los Angeles community. The good news for the last week has been that we've had zero COVID inpatients. That's the first time since this particular, this last, I guess, surge, that happened over the summer into the fall. That's the first time that we've had a sustained zero for about a week. Previously, we'd been in low single digits pretty much every day. We still get a fair number of outpatients with COVID, and several of them have received monoclonal antibody and other supportive treatment, and about 2 or so employees, 2 to 3 employees a week, almost exclusively with community acquisition of the virus. And we don't know of any cases over the past year where we've had any patients who have gotten COVID as a result of, employees who have gotten COVID as a result of exposure to patients, since everybody's well protected. We've had one episode where a veteran in a CLC got COVID from a staff member who didn't know she had COVID, but we caught it during our own surveillance testing. So we've done pretty well in terms of trying to keep that at bay. Lots of news out in the community about the Omicron variant and other sorts of things. The bottom line is vaccination is going to make a difference in terms of protection. Getting boosters is going to make a difference in terms of protection. And CDC last week recommended now boosters for everyone 6 months after getting Moderna or Pfizer, 2 months after getting Johnson & Johnson. So that's everyone over 18. 17 and under hasn't been available for 6 months yet anyway. So get a booster. We here at GLA are using Pfizer for boosters. That includes giving Pfizer to those people who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine earlier this year. Since the last visit, Secretary McDonough has visited our facility. Many of the VCOEB members joined in as part of that visit and appreciate that dialogue. He made two promises at that time. One was to clear and find housing for the veterans that were in the San Vicente encampment. The other was to house an additional 500 veterans over the next couple of months before the end of the year, so folks could have housing before the holidays. Since that time, we were successful in finding alternative transitional and permanent housing for San Vicente encampment veterans, to include moving about 20 of those veterans as a community into our CTRS area. And one of the things that we did there was, instead of just looking at everybody from an individual perspective, we also recognized the camaraderie in community and brought folks together as a community to work with that group. Since the Secretary's announcement, we have placed 200 veterans into permanent housing, 261 veterans into long-term transitional housing, and that's what we're using to move towards the Secretary's 500 goal. Our goal is 3,900 veterans in LA to be housed as soon as we possibly can. We appreciate the work that is being done in collaboration with our community partners, most notably LASA, the Sheriff's Host Team, and other groups, in order to continue the outreach for those veterans that are in other encampments and continue the work with the public housing authorities and other groups in order to get folks into permanent housing to the maximum extent possible. So, and then the last thing is that we're making good progress on our new Ventura clinic that will replace the clinic in Oxnard, and that's slated to open sometime in the latter part of the summer. So good progress there, and anticipate that happening on time without any other delays. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McHenrick to start his presentation on the Master Plan 2022 and the information that you all requested before the meeting. So.
Thanks very much, Dr. Braverman. Mac, before you start, just a couple of things. You mentioned Dr. Braverman mentioned the Secretary's promise to house 500 veterans, I think, by the end of the year. So if you could tell us the procedures that you're using to do that, whether those are being incorporated into the master plan, because 500 this year doesn't solve the problem. It's still out there. So are you incorporating those procedures that you're using now to speed that process up into the master plan? And then the second, okay. And then the second thing is you've socialized us very well on not necessarily the boilerplate, but these first few slides about how to sign up and make an input during the public comment period, as well as the section of the nature of the inputs. So why don't you start at slide 13 in your presentation, and then we can perhaps go from there.
Chair, this is Heidi Marson. May I ask a quick question on what Dr. Braverman shared?
Yes, of course.
Just a quick clarification, Dr. Braverman, thanks for the updates. On the 500 goal, was it 261 transitional? I was just trying to copy the numbers down.
Yes.
And are you counting the transitional housing placements towards the 500 placement goal, housing placement goal?
Yes. Yes. So the transitional housing GPD and the DOM would count towards that. So it's 200 and 261 as of yesterday. There's probably some that haven't been accounted for yet in addition to that, and we're continuing to move forward. So for example, last week the total was 400, this week the total is 461, and continuing to march forward. So 500 was a goal for that 3-month period. That's not an annual goal.
Right.
We're not sticking with a particular limit saying that we're declaring success. We're not anywhere close to any of that. So continuing to move forward, and there's a process that's both a short-term 90-day process and a longer-term process that's in place to include working with some contractors right now to assist in that long-term plan that will continue to move forward to maximize the numbers of folks that can be placed in permanent housing, which is really the end game and the end goal associated with this. We also know that people fall into homelessness almost as quickly in some cases as we place in, so we want to try to prevent that as well. So those can be discussed in Mr. McHenrick's slides moving forward, as he starts with slide 13 instead of the first set of slides.
In General Hopper, hi, it's Josh Bamberger. There are other components of this specific topic that I would definitely love to have more conversation across the committee. Dr. Braverman, I'm happy to do that later after the next slides, if that's your preference, but I don't want to lose this very important thread that was brought up with this opportunity that the Secretary stated around picking up the pace of housing. So should we go on and then come back to that, or should we dig into this now? Typically, the slides from the master plan don't address the HUD Bash issues and other things. So maybe now could be as good as later. It's up to you.
It's up to General Hopper. It's your meeting. So
yeah, let's since we're on it, let's talk about it. I think we'll have enough time to continue the discussion as well.
Great. If I can, our recommendation that we passed in March set a goal of 212 HUD Bash vouchers per month. And when the Secretary gave his press conference in Washington at the end of October, it happened to coincide almost exactly with a time frame that would have achieved that goal of 212 permanent housing slots to achieve the 500 people housed by the end of the calendar year. Now that you fleshed that out a little bit more and report that over half of the people who the Secretary promised to house are actually being housed in temporary housing, which isn't particularly productive in terms of achieving the goal, as you stated. Can you provide us with some information as to how your staff are working to pick up the pace of housing using the existing HUD Bash vouchers, using housing locator functions, or other strategies that we've presented to your staff over the past year to try to get this moving forward and make an opportunity to bend the curve around number of veterans sleeping on the streets in the Los Angeles area?
Yeah, so I'd like to invite Matt McGarren, who's on the call also as our Chief of SERS, to talk about some of those plans that are in place in order to move forward with that. COVID put some delays on the processes and bureaucratic, I guess, red tape in some cases of how that was going on, but we're working through that. So Matt, you want to answer Dr. Bamberger's question?
Sure. So right now we're working with a consulting team and our community partners, including LASA and the local PHAs. We're concentrating mostly in the Los Angeles city and county, because that's where most of our homeless people are, homeless veterans are. And we're also working specifically with our project-based units now to have lease-ups and housing fairs to get those units filled, because we have about 200 vacancies there. We think they could fill them pretty quickly. We've had a number of housing fairs already, including project-based specific fairs. We've had our stand down here in Kern County and Santa Barbara County, having another stand down downtown in LACC to bring all our housing resources together, invite veterans in to get leased up, to get their vouchers processed, and if we can get them leased up at the same day, that we can meet them and get them and if we can get them housed too. But a lot of our property managers have been very flexible about waiving documentation requirements, with being very flexible about the time frame that was pretty extended to get a veteran into an apartment. But we've been able to relax some of those rules in order to get veterans moved in quicker. We are partnering with some landlords. I'm having a meeting with some landlords later this month to talk about veterans that want to move into individual tenant housing, individual landlords. So we want to make sure that the landlords that we will know all of the benefits of having veterans as a tenant in their units. We'll incentivize our own teams in our housing program to move the process along quicker. And we're also working harder to fill all the vacancies we have, which has been kind of a helping to slow down the process by having so many vacancies in our staffing, using our contracted staff and using our VA regular staff to move the process along quicker.
Thanks so much. Why do you feel the need to house 264 people in GPD programs and not move them straight to permanent housing? Where's the bottleneck in that challenge?
Ask again. I didn't quite catch the
Sorry.
question.
Sorry if I'm not coming through clearly. Dr. Braverman reported that something like 264 veterans were offered GPD or transitional housing instead of permanent housing, which
not
would
it's not
or as an interim towards achieving permanent housing. Why not move right to permanent housing? What is the challenge in that? Where's the bottleneck? Is it the number of vacant units? Is it the process is too slow to achieve the time frame? Can you flesh out a little bit from your perspective where the bottlenecks are and how we can assist in providing some resources or attention to overcome those bottlenecks?
So just to reiterate what Dr. Braverman was saying earlier, and as we've been saying from the beginning, the goal is to provide permanent housing. It's to get permanent housing for all the homeless persons and the veterans, all the homeless veterans in our catchment area. That is the ultimate goal. We do have these other services as interim measures for veterans that are not quite housing ready yet. So we have veterans like our CTRS program will show that veterans are coming right off the street, are not even ready to move into any sort of transitional housing, let alone a permanent housing placement. So it takes a little bit of rehabilitation until they move on. They're getting ready to move on to the next phase of housing. Veterans that are in our GPD and our transitional housing programs now are all approached with the idea of going into permanent housing, and a lot of them are in the process now of moving on into permanent housing, including the veterans, the most recent 400 or 200 or so that have been moved into transitional housing in the past couple of months, plus the other 500 or so that have been there already. It's a process. It's not the veterans will move in as they go along. We permanently housed 1,260 veterans last year, and we're on target to do more than that this coming year. because of this increased process that we're doing and the speed of lease ups.
So unfortunately, I didn't get an answer to that, but what I would just like to put out there, and then I'll let you off the hook. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
It's just that the national standard, both from the VA and throughout the USICH, et cetera, is housing first. We do not do a ladder process of having people go into one place where they are then become housing ready and then move into permanent housing. That is very 1990s. We have left that behind, and the data and the process across this country, Canada, and Europe is very clear. The way to house people is from streets to permanent housing. Why is this process deviating from the best practice? And again, where is the bottleneck that is getting in the way of achieving the best practice that has become a national standard stated by the Secretary and every leader within this administration? And I'll stop now, and I'm sorry if that's too hard.
It's not too hard. But I'm sure you know that each veteran is individual, and their housing plan is not the same for everybody. And I understand the housing first principles. You're kind of preaching to the choir with that, but we have resources where veterans do go into permanent housing from the street, but they also go into grant per diem from the street, and they also go into CTRS from the street. So there are options available for veterans, and veterans' choice is a big part of it also.
I mean, I hear you, and I guess we'll just have to disagree. I think it's the type of permanent housing that's offered that makes the GPD program desirable. And if the diversity of housing and the services that are available integrated into permanent supportive housing meets the needs of each individual veteran, then the interim step of transitional housing is unnecessary and a tremendous waste of resources. So I'd love to continue this conversation and try to figure out how we can bring, maybe you're fully aware of Community Solutions and Billion Corners and other groups that are working in your neighborhood that have proven this point over and over again with Heidi's and other folks at LASA. This is the standard that's done in Housing for Health. It doesn't use an interim model, and I just don't want to be sliding back with the very limited resources that the federal government has to provide to a model that just has been proven to be not successful.
We can certainly talk about this some more.
Hi, this is Keith Boylan here. I just wanted to ask, and perhaps Dr. Baumberger, this is kind of part of what you're saying. The first response was just that folks are working through some things. So, and then you said veterans' choice. So as you know, veterans' choice is the veterans' choice in where they go. But I guess my question would be, and we run one of the things in my portfolio is the Veteran Housing Homeless Prevention Program, which I think is well represented in LA as well. But I guess my question would be, and you mentioned HUD Bash, so I'm not sure the recommendation, sorry, about the first from the last meeting when a certain number of vouchers were requested or recommended. I guess my first question would be, were those project-based or scattered site? And then second, in terms of the coordinated entry system, are there barriers in that sense? Obviously it's veterans' choice, but are there barriers in that sense? I mean, HUD Bash, for instance, that legislation was changed, and I don't know where it's at and being implemented, but there were some restrictions in terms of type of discharge and various other things. So are there any, other than veteran choice of where they want to go, are there any, in terms of a bottleneck or barriers to placement through the coordinated entry system along the lines of discharge status, any other harm reduction type of issues in terms of substance use or those sort of variables in terms of where those veterans are placed?
So the there's a lot of questions in there, but the part about the veterans that are the eligibility of veterans for other than honorable work, we're working through the details of how to make sure that the veterans that are other than honorables are eligible for HUD Bash vouchers also, along with veterans that have been eligible. One of the barriers that we do come across is when we have our project housing and we have the tenant-based housing, which is two different types of vouchers, but a lot of the project-based housing has a income requirement that's based on the funding source that the project managers receive in order to build the housing. And that's a barrier to some of our veterans that might make too much income in order to qualify for that kind of housing. On the tenant side, with the individual apartments in the community, there is a housing shortage here in Los Angeles, and it's difficult to find housing in areas where veterans would like to live for the rent that the vouchers would provide for that kind of housing. That's one of the reasons we're meeting with more landlords, trying to get more landlords involved in offering more options for veterans to live in different areas and see what is available. Is that it? The whole answer?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So in terms of the recommendation you folks made at the last council meeting, or the last advisory committee meeting regarding HUD Bash, did you specify whether those were project-based or scattered site? Or was it just a total? I don't know the number of two. I'm
not clear. I don't recall the recommendation from the last.
I thought someone had said earlier.
Yeah, I can answer that if you want. So it's kind of irrelevant, sir, because the secretary concurred in principle to that recommendation that asked for the VA to pick up the pace of using HUD Bash vouchers. So that's kind of a moot point now, because the concur in principle response is challenging to interpret in a positive way. So I was just referencing that because it happened to coincide with the number that the secretary pointed to in his press conference that I thought was hopeful when he said that, because it was a direct overlay in the number that we had recommended. As it turns out now that some of these are not permanent units, it sort of deflates my excitement on how those things had aligned.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we, Josh, do you have another follow-up, or can we move on now to the
Please
GLA's brief?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Thanks, Mr. Boylan. And Matt, over to you. Thanks, Matt. Matt McGarren, thank you as well.
Thanks, sir. Let me just pause for a second and say, before I jump into the slide here on 13, sir, you mentioned something about what we learned from CTRS and whether we're using that process going forward. So Matt could talk about the 50 other, I guess, encampments that are on the list to be swept by the Sheriff's Department over the next several months. And we've gone out and found veterans in those areas, and we're trying to bring them in. I wish they all were voucher ready when we meet them, but they're not. So I'm encouraging the teams, as Matt is, to bring them into any form of, transitional or shelter housing that we can in the interim while they get HUD Bash voucher ready, and we work with them as to what parts of the city they want to be in, and with the 11 different housing authorities immediately in this area and throughout our jurisdiction, all the different housing authority requirements and then the landlord requirements to get them actually into the property. So I think shelter is good, and we have learned a lot in dealing with the CTRS group that came in as a group, and Dr. Braverman talked about them coming from San Vicente. So yes, we have forwarded into our operations that modus operandi of how to really deal with groups and those individuals that we're picking up in other encampments. Okay, sir. Eugene, if you could go to slide 13, I believe the general called out. Okay, so these topics track with the agenda items that were provided to us, sir. So here, looking at FY21, the first two things I would call out here is our longer-term fire suppression water distribution system effort across the North Campus, and then that second one right underneath it, which is the water pressure boosting measure. That water pressure boosting is the one that we really need to get moving. We've got a tight deadline in there, and we think we can get it done in March. Somebody said April, but I made them eat that, and I think we're somewhere between March, maybe even February, getting that moving into completion, so that by the end of the year, we'll have that phase done, where we'll have the water pressure that's acceptable by the fire marshal to bring those three buildings online, 205, 207, and 208, for 180 additional units of permanent supportive housing on the campus here. So that's our interim immediate fix. And we already had the money moving forward. So we're working on that. And then the longer term fix is the fire suppression water across all of the North Campus. And you can see the comments there of the effort to bring that along as well. And in each of these efforts, when we hit design at 35%, we're going to move into construction. We're not going to wait several more months for 100% design. What we need to do and how we need to do it is not that complicated. But also on this list, you can see all the other enhanced use lease projects that we're asked for in our 50, the funding we asked for this year was a little over 50 million. And that's being worked up to the vision and into VHA and higher, so that we can get those additional funds for these turnover projects and infrastructure enhancements across the North Campus.
Mac, just a clarification that the first item there, it says install, and the type, is that the type of project or the type of contract? It's just a design contract. Could you just clarify there?
Well, the ultimate project is to install the fire suppression water distribution system. So we know that parts of it aren't adequate, so we have to install new capacity in there. That's part of upgrading the infrastructure there on the North Campus. So of course, when we do any project, the first step in it is design. We normally do in federal contracting, design, bid, build. So you do your whole design. When you're done with design, you move to bidding, you do all of your bidding, and then you do all of your building. That is a very lengthy process. Many federal agencies do design build. And then in some cases where you're trying to expedite it, you can do a good percent, more than a third of the design, and then you can move right in to start building that portions that you've already designed, and then expedite the project. So that gets us to the install, but we've got to, get that design piece done first. And that's the overall project. So if you look at the second comment on the right towards the bottom, design commenced, 10/6, 30% design submitted, tracking for completion in January 2022.
General
So,
Hopper, it's
Matt-
Anthony. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, Anthony, go ahead.
Mac, it's great that the VA has moved forward with installation of the water booster pump for 205, 207, and 208. My understanding, based off of the OIG report, is that now all of the wet utilities for phase 0 are basically accounted for. But moving beyond phase 0, the OIG report indicated that there was a need for additional stormwater and sewer requirements in addition to fire suppression systems. So does the installation of the fire suppression water distribution system include stormwater and sewage?
No, Anthony, you may recall previous briefings where I shared the work that was done by CFM, the Construction Facilities Management, into the utilities. It came out a little over a year ago, maybe even a little longer, but it was a 2-year study, and it went into 8 different utilities. And these are some of the other utilities based on that report that the OIG is referencing. So we do have to do overall campus management. Those are not significant issues because there's been approval granted for the development of each of these projects. But, before we meet critical mass on the North and South Campus as to new construction, we will have to have those additional leach fields and other things in place to handle maximum water runoff and water runoff from areas. We're taking some parking lots and other areas and turning them into housing. And we've got all 8 of those areas to work on upgrading and doing construction with. And we're working with the Office of Asset Enterprise Management as to the timing, as well as Office of Construction and Facility Management, and how we upgrade each of these utilities to meet our ultimate demand, North and South Campus.
Okay, and then as far as the installation of the fire suppression system, I understand based off of the Master Plan 2022 that the design contract has been awarded. Is there money identified within the VA system for the installation, or is that still outstanding?
We have put a request forward. The request went up in November. We just put a tracer on it with a modified slight correction to the request that went out. This was for all of the FY21 requests for fundings, and we also identified about 23 million in FY22. So looking out even further as to what we think we might need beyond that. So in there, we've put the request up. There is some money that has come for the master plan, about 7 million down into the VISN. I think that was VISN allocated. And we have that set aside as we figure out how to, use that money, as well as we think that money is for services, for the engineering work that we're doing on each of these projects. And then we did another inquiry, Dr. Briefman sent it up earlier this week, on 5.2 million specifically for this water effort that you see here, to keep them moving early in the year, and we don't want to delay. So there's ongoing discussion about the 5.2 as well as the overall 50 million.
Okay. Well, it's great that VA is addressing the near term, water pressure needs for phase 0. Obviously, those projects are in construction, so it's good that VA is addressing that. And I think from for the new members or for the folks on the master plan subcommittee, we just need to continue to monitor what utilities moving forward. So thanks.
Sure. Next slide. So I talked about some of the FY22 moving further out there, the fiscal year. You can see efforts there. This includes some of the parking lots that we're talking about, parking lot 38 and 48, and having the backwards plan to do the mitigation before we can turn them over. But then even having to further backwards plan as we do this first effort here of parking mitigation. So to turn over a parking lot, that requires us to have a mitigation plan, which we're currently seeking funding for, so that we can establish alternate parking opportunities for the employees and veterans and visitors on the North Campus, so we can then turn over these 2 parking lots, or at least start our mitigation efforts on them. Being able to do any remediation on one of the lots, we have a building that we're still using. It's a smaller building, but it's where we package and transport our hazmat material from. It comes from all different parts of the campus, obviously mostly from the hospital. You can imagine hospital hazmat type waste. So we have that building to redo, and then parking lots come with covers, shades, and then on those are solar panels, so a lot of work there. So just working on all that. We have a few other smaller buildings, portable type buildings, out on one of the parking lots, parking lot 38 by MacArthur Field. So you can also see these efforts here as to all the different projects that we're going to work on and leaning into those. And the comments on the right talk about some of the turnover strategies and some of the turnover efforts there. Scoping a parcel based on turnover timeline. OAM tells us when the principal developer is looking to have that parcel turn over to them, and then we have to get in and assess all the different activities that need to be done, remediations. If we have employees and equipment in there, we have to make arrangements to move them and set up new office areas for them, as well as storage or alternate use for the equipment in the new area. That all takes money. That takes backwards planning, and then figuring out all the activities that have to be done to make that parcel turnover ready. Parking mitigation is one of our biggest efforts right now. So trying to get the 5.2 immediately up front for this parking mitigation. And then 50.9 was our overall request. Next slide.
Mac, before you go on, this is John Hopper. Is it fair to say then those projects are listed in priority order? Or
No,
is
sir.
it just a list?
And I would always say no, sir, to that question. Reason being, parking lot 38 was pulled forward. MacArthur Field has slipped backwards a little because of funding and financing, the ability to get financing together. So while we might have a priority at one given time that we're working on, it might change by 5 or 10% now and then based on the ability of funding and other things to come forward on the principal developer side, which is really the individual developers, and our ability to turn some of these things over. I've got to get in there and really resolve that hazmat building and get an alternate process in place. That could lead me to delay turnover for a few months as I'm doing that. But these aren't necessarily priority order, but just getting them on a list here and showing them within this phase or this period of work effort. It's fair to say that the water right up front and parking lot 38 are our primary focus right now.
So, General Hopper, another way to answer the question too is that as we put together all of our funding requests and associated time when we need the money in terms of expectation of when we can execute the associated contract, the idea behind this is to maximize our ability to get everything necessary to be done in order to turn over parcels to the principal developers without any delay. And going in there, that also includes, the mitigation of how we have to move our assets to different areas. Also includes whether there's too much construction in one place or another place that gets in the way of one another. But our ultimate goal is for VA not to be the reason why we can't move forward with an EUL construction project. And that's how we're identifying the timeliness moving forward. So when the principal developer is ready to move forward because they have the funding, we'll be able to turn over the parcel or make sure that the prospective application for funding has all the requirements that are done. So we won't be a nexus for delay, as in some cases we have been in the past. Over.
Thank you.
And I would say it's our goal eventually, and I believe we'll get there in a year and a half or so, that we'll be ahead of their call for timeline, and we will be getting these parcels turnover ready ahead of time. So that is really where we'll start to gain some ground. Okay. Next slide. Just a graphic to show you where some of these projects are on the campus here. Not everybody is familiar with the locations. We can talk about buildings. And if you look at the draft master plan 2022 comment, products out there, they talk about the alternate uses for some of these spaces and buildings, and you can see why we need to get out of these areas, not only for housing, but for building 300 being a central building in the principal developer's concept plan of what that'll mean to the community overall. So just wanted to share this. And you can see some of the abatement work and above ground storage tank remediation work and things we'll have to do, underground storage tanks, soil removal and replacement, some of that work. Okay, next slide. Going on, showing a couple more projects and areas and where they might be impacting, trying to show you the efforts across there. Staff relocation, building 527, building 300 and 158, OIT, where some of those are Office of Information Technology, where some of them will relocate to. So really stretching across the campus and trying to get out of the way of the plans for the master plan on the North Campus in some of those key areas for turnover. Next slide. Infrastructure projects, just FY 2023, reaching out there, wanted to show that we're considering some of these non-recurring maintenance type projects, the parcels that will be impacted, the tie-in to the master plan, what will actually happen, the VA staff relocation, EUL turnovers, prepping buildings for turnover. And then some of the things we have to do, meeting SHPO, the State Historical Preservation Office compliance requirements, as well as abatement activities. So the engineering team here is really digging in and not only working hard to execute and scope these projects for contract and then helping us do some monitoring on it, but also reaching out, throughout next year and all the efforts we want to get underway for turnover as well as the year after. What do we need to get online so we can get our funding request in even earlier? Not that it would be acted on until the monies come through in the first quarter and everything, but trying to get ahead of the ball on some of these activities. Next slide. So shifting over a bit of a comparison to the 2016 draft master plan and a master plan 2022 draft. I shared something like this in previous master plan briefings where we kind of link the pages in one document to where the pages are in the other document, where we're talking about some of those things, doing a bit of a comparison. Wanted to use the next handful of slides, and those of you that have seen the slides ahead of time know that we'll do a just quick comparison of by zone, going from one to the other and talking about the differences. Okay, next slide. So zone one.
Let me just offer you a thought here in talking about the comparisons. I guess we should have been perhaps more explicit. Frankly, what I thought I would see is, and I would imagine that you would provide for the senior staff or everybody that has to coordinate on Master Plan 2022, is something like a summary of changes, summary of what was updated. So that's kind of what I was imagining. I can't imagine that you would send this, the master plan plus the appendices, some 600 pages, without a summary of what the heck did you change, update, append, amend. Is there a document like that out there?
There's not at this time, sir. We are working through all the comments and the input, so the changes are still occurring. It's not to say that we're done changing. We're actually receiving more comments every few days, and it's some of the slides that were previously in the deck were going over some of that. So from that, we're going to have a session for 3 days where we bring in representatives from all the key offices involved in the West LA effort and the North Campus Master Plan 2022 to include historical preservation and other experts to sit down for 3 days and go through every aspect of the document and make sure we've acknowledged all the different aspects that require extreme coordination to make sure we've got it right, as well as we're really hyper focused on the near term and then looking into the midterm and then looking beyond that into the further out. So the midterm being 6 to 10 years, and then the long term being 11 plus years. So hyper focusing on the housing in the near term, that's what our goal is. We go through all of the aspects of what's in the document compared to what it's in the framework of the draft master plan, seeing where there might be a change and how and why it's changed and what other coordination would have to be done, or if somebody is a hard no that for reason A, B, or C, that can't happen. There was discussion about a pedestrian overpass, and we said, well, that's highly conceptual. I mean, that would take so much to get that done over Wilshire Boulevard. That's not our priority right now. That's in the long term. If we want to consider that, that's just an idea or a concept, as well as an RV park. Those are not things we want to move on in the next 5-7 years. It'll be in the 11-year plus for the campus, things that can be considered then. But there's no reason to say a hard no to it right now, but there's a lot of coordination, environmental and state and county, that would have to go into play to overpass a major boulevard like Wilshire Boulevard, as well as the historical impact across the campus from that type of activity in the Grand Lawn area in the north and south campus areas. So that's just one example of where the change will be discussed as a conceptual thing and put in the appropriate phase. When we look at phasing in that Master Plan 2022 back section of it, the last section there is heavy in the phasing and talking about what things would be considered and happening and focused on in each of those phases. So I don't have an entire list of the individual changes from the 2016 master plan to the current state of the draft as we continue to take comments into consideration. Okay, next slide.
There's no need to comment. You're lucky I'm not your secretary.
Secretary, okay. Chief of VA, got it. Okay, sir, thanks. So focusing on the healthcare zone, the concept here of the bed tower, we have that continues. That was on a pause. It's no longer on a pause. So we're moving forward, completing the design and readying that for handover. That continues. Building 500, you'll notice that there's no longer an ambulatory care concept here where there was a separate building. We've come to somewhat of an agreement that there wouldn't be enough funding to do a separate ambulatory care center. And in fact, the bottom floors of building 500 that would likely result in surviving removing the top floors are still usable, and that's where we have primary care activities today. So we would probably continue to locate those primary care services in the bottom of building 500. But you can see all the other projects that are contemplated, and some of these locations are conceptual as we work with CFM and as we move them into design phase. We are committed and we have the green light to move forward in the designing and concluding that for the Consolidated Research Center, as well as building 212, the subacute building on North Campus. We're moving forward on that. We just have to tighten up on these other things and move them from design into funding. But I talked about the kitchen that's already nearing 50% completion. Okay.
General Hopper, this is Anthony. Can I ask a follow-up? Mac, the research building is not identified as a near-term project, but I'm pretty sure in Master Plan 2022, in the initial phase, it's indicated that it's currently in design. Is that right? The research building is in the design phase?
Yes, there is a design. I'm not sure exactly what level of design it's in right now. Several of the projects on the South Campus got kind of paused as we figured out funding and authorities and other things with the former Undersecretary for Health. So we were working through that. So we now have a green light for that. So we'll pick up whatever point in the design phase we were at. I can certainly get you to design phase status.
The only reason why I mention it is because I know that it's important for phase 3 housing construction, right? I mean, for what is it, 113, 114, 115, in order to renovate those buildings into housing, VA has to construct a new research building on the South Campus. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just trying to understand that is the research building still a near-term project, to your knowledge, or it's in limbo because of where it's at in the design phase?
No, it's not in limbo. It is near term, and we're going after it. And I want it to go as fast as it can due to the nature of the money. But the turnover of the research buildings on the North Campus is not a high priority on the principal developer side. So we have time there. And we're going to do some initial investment to sustain that over a period of years, because those are some of the older buildings. When you get into the master plan and look at the age of the buildings and some of the diagramming, you can see those are some of the older buildings we have on campus, aside from our historical buildings, but operationally usable buildings. Those are some of the older. So this.
Yeah, I was just confused by the slide. I wasn't sure if the research building was no longer a near-term project because it looked like one in the draft master plan 2022. So it sounds like nothing has changed to the research building. It's still moving forward.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Right. And then on page 161 in the master plan 2022 draft is where you can find this zone 1 healthcare information and work through that. We'll go to the next slide. So zone 2 is the longer term care and auxiliary services. So on the looking at the left side and looking at, this is kind of what we call the underbelly, just north of Wilshire. And we have our administrative building, 218 in there. We have the 2 domiciliary buildings. We have that kind of arrowhead pointing to the northeast or top right corner of the slide. But that's really where the community wanting to develop that community parade ground area that used to exist through there. And we have our community living centers, which are living centers. Those are veterans who are living in that type of housing, and they're part of the community we're building, as well as the just north of that is the Calvet home, and those are veterans as well, part of our community. So this is all part of the community that we have on the campus for veterans, and we want to integrate all that. And you can see those research buildings in the top left corner that Anthony was just talking about. Those are eventually to be turned over, but not in the real near term, but we've got to get that project on the South Campus going so that when we displace those individuals and do the turnover ready projects on those buildings, we can certainly have the employees and equipment for research moved down to the Consolidated Research Center. Okay, so this information, page 162, and then go to the next slide as well, just drills down a little more and gives you some comments about some of the things that are in the Master Plan 2022 draft. You can see the concepts there, obviously keeping our domiciliary in that area. The Wadsworth Chapel in the bottom right corner, we have a lease in place there where they're doing a restoration, and that'll become a moral injury center, as well as some whole health and other types of services and counseling there. But really building out the community here on the bottom right, that hash marked building in the top there, going all the way up to the top, really looking at that for multi-use, and that's a concept that the principal developer has, where they want to bring in services and other things to the bottom floor, have meeting space, training areas for job training and other things, and then have EUL housing on the top floor. So we're still working through authorities and whether that concept can really come to fruition. So, you know, comparing some of the information from the 2016 draft master plan to what's in the master plan concept today. Okay, next slide.
Max, so you need housing on top of that hash mark building to make the to bring it up to the required number of units.
Let me rephrase that. That would be part of the number of units. The building would be EUL. The policy change or procedure or laws that we're bumping up against is EUL building an EUL building, period? Or can we carve out some of the building space for services that are necessary to build a community? So the concept of VA building a community out of just EUL housing is unique. So we're trying to push and see what latitude we have there with the general counsel, our attorneys, as well as what prevents us or what could be changed. Everyone else outside of government builds communities for housing and has services and strip malls and things located within communities. But yet, if we turn over buildings and such for enhanced use lease for housing, it's hard to get that carve out space to do other things associated with the community that the individuals may want or need in their community, a barber shop, meeting places and other things, so that they can truly be a community. So we would still have plenty of buildings and opportunities in parcels, whether it's open fields, the parking lots, or buildings to be renovated to meet the 1,200 goal, ample capacity there. The question is, how can we better and smarter use these buildings in the EUL program? And Office of Asset Enterprise Management continues to work that. And I think this is a great opportunity to push VA and government into how do you build these communities that are then sustainable and that veterans want to live in.
General.
I have a question too, General Hopper, if I might.
Yeah.
Isn't the issue financing in the town center has basically been changed because that's the way the principal developer can get financing for the building? And if you had an alternative source of financing for the non-residential, you could build a nicer community and it wouldn't you wouldn't have to compromise the original master plan by having housing with some of the services. Isn't that a funding issue, basically?
I don't know exactly. I don't see it as a funding issue because assume that the top floor could be separated from the bottom floor and that would become EUL. Then if VA were to retain the bottom floor, we would do leases of that property for entities to use that land. And then as a lease, we could, if you wanted to come run a barber shop, you would pay rent back and you would pay for your utilities that would be required to run the barber shop. So I don't know that it's a funding issue that way as much as how we build a community and what authorities in the federal government we have to get this community together. The funding for a lease, I guess in some ways, if it were included in the EUL and EUL authorities, there would have to be some lease authority there for the revenue to cover that part of the property that wasn't part of the EUL housing. So there is probably some aspect to that, but I'm not that familiar with OAM's negotiations or their legal authorities. I know they're still seeking legal authorities and we're waiting to hear what the attorneys have to say about it and the options.
Okay, well, here's what I see as the issue. If you provide housing in a building, you can get tax credits, you can get 15-year financing, and the principal developer can move forward. But if there's no housing in it, even though you have a lease on it, it doesn't help you with tax credits because they won't fund it. And you don't have VASH vouchers to cover the incomes. And the income from the non-residential is very problematic. So it's not something that anybody would want to finance. And I basically, that's how I see it. I see it as a compromise of the town center, of the community space because of funding. I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but it seems to me that the original master plan with the town center is much more appealing. And we're compromising because of funding issues, which may be a good thing, but I don't think the community is going to look as good if we go in that direction. And one of the things, the committee's thinking about is alternative ways of financing the non-residential so that the community can look more like the 2016 master plan. It's not an easy problem, but it just seems to me that if we can somehow get the non-residential financed in some different way, then you can have a better community. And that's my personal opinion.
General, it's Anthony. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, go ahead, Anthony.
Mac, if we go back a slide for building 13, my understanding is that building 13 itself isn't on a list of any national historic registers, but it's a contributing building to a national historic district. Is that right?
Correct. It's part of the overall district itself. And we only have the 5 historic buildings themselves. Hoover Barracks, the trolley station, the superintendent's residence, the governor's residence, and then the chapel.
Is it in the National Historic District, or is it a contributing building to the historic district?
The entire, I don't know the nuance of that answer, but the entire campus is considered a historic district. So it is in there. And for that reason, I think they all contribute to that in some capacity. Whenever we make a change anywhere on the campus, we have to go through the historic and environmental groups to make sure we're compliant, because the nature of the campus and everything about it is historic. And you can tell from the Calvet home that modernization to some degree is allowed and encouraged in specific areas. But when we went in for buildings 205, 7, and 9, the window alignments, the window casings, the roof alignment, all of that was tied hard to some of the historical appearances. So it's just interesting what in the State Historical Preservation Office and others consider to be hard over for historical alignment and other things that they're more flexible with.
The reason why I ask is Building 13 in Master Plan 2022, I think, is designated as a hard building, meaning that it cannot be demolished. And I was just curious, where that authority comes from, or is that more of a subjective call on behalf of VA? You know, as opposed to an adaptive reuse versus new construction. Like, so for example, in 2016, that area was thought to be some new construction, but you know, in Master Plan 2022, the building is preserved because it's identified as a hard building. And I tried to look for the historic preservation study on the Master Plan website. I don't know if it's on there. I know that there was a study done, but I wasn't able to read it, or I couldn't find it on the Master Plan website. So I'm just asking or curious, you know, as far as when VA identifies a building as a hard building, you know, what is it looking at to make that determination? And is that study available to the public?
So it's under review by SHPO, the State Historical Preservation Office, but we can certainly pick this up when we have an information exchange, and I can provide you information from that. I can look up those specific issues and talk about Building 13 and why it's portrayed that way.
Okay, just curious. Thanks.
General Hopper, it's Rob Beglin. If I could just ask a couple quick discrete questions.
Yeah, who was that? Rob Beglin?
Yes, sir. It's Rob.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
So the first question I was going to ask, Mac, is we're getting into this realm where it sounds as though the principal developer is offering you and the VA advice on things outside of permanent supportive housing. So for example, you've told us that they have a recommendation to use Building 300 to serve as a town hall with, I think, 25 supportive housing units in it. And I just wanted to be clear about where the VA stands with the principal developer. My recollection was the original RFQ asked for supportive housing advice and assistance, and it said, to the extent the VA seeks advice from the principal developers for areas beyond housing, there will be a separate contract or a modification awarded. What is the status of that? Did we go ahead and formally ask the principal developer to expand their scope of work to things beyond housing?
So the draft master plan calls for a community to be built, not just housing to be provided, but job service training, all the other aspects that support housing community, not just to house veterans. So we asked the principal developer to provide us with the housing and how it fits into a community plan for the North Campus. And we have the principal developer's draft community plan, which is a appendices to the Master Plan 2022 document. So that's available on the same site where you would go and get it through the Federal Register link on our West LA draftmasterplan.org site. And it's that community plan that we really want to focus on to help fulfill all the commitments that VA is making in that draft master plan. We can't just do housing without doing these other conceptual things, or we're going to limit ourselves and cut off options prematurely.
So is it your position that you can take recommendations and advice from the principal developer on the town center concept?
We can and we do. We want them to provide this community plan of how it comes together, and that's what we're using to update as part of the core document to update our Master Plan 2022 is these concepts, and we've put them out there for comment and for, you know, digestion by the community as to what they like and don't like and what they want and don't want. Some have come back and said too much open space. Others have come back and said more healthcare infrastructure on the North Campus, as well as more recreation activity on the North Campus. So we're really trying to have this interactive process, and the principal developer is engaged to provide that community plan.
Same question with the vocational training. Is it your view that the principal developer is allowed to offer you advice and recommendations on whether or not vocational training should occur on the campus?
Not necessarily whether it should occur as much, but taking the recommendations and wishes that come in and feasibility study as it fits into the community plan, where it might be and what it might be, and the reutilization of some of the existing buildings. We take their recommendations on that as well, as to exactly what the type of or activity that will be done in that area. That'll be worked out with our SERS department that does job training and other types of vocational rehabilitation, as well as some of the medical folks that get involved in that activity, and looking at where we might do that. We're looking at some of the auxiliary areas on the right-hand side there where we might make better use. And we've asked them, so in this area, what might we do to make better use of some of these areas, and consolidating some of our engineering activities in the future and trying to plan for that in the out years as to how we might get funding to do that on the VA side, so that we can really utilize some of those areas. When we move the steam plant, that older building provides a great opportunity, and we identified that as one area where we might be able to rehab the building and turn that into some internal, external job training and coordination with community individuals.
Hey, Mac, I think you and I may have a real fundamental disagreement here, because what you're doing is you're basically saying that because we look to the principal developer for community planning advice, he or she gets to tell us what the master plan is. And that's not how I read the original RFQ, or what I expect was the contract given to the principal developer. My belief is that they were hired to assist VA in housing. So I'm not, to be really blunt, I'm not at all comfortable with the suggestion that you are following the advice or recommendations of the principal developer as it relates to the town center or to veterans vocational training.
So I can certainly take that back to the Office of Asset Enterprise Management and discuss that with them and provide you with an answer when we talk in our next information exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a basic question of what did the original RFQ ask for and what was the original contract with the principal developer? Because I don't equate them developing a community plan with them taking over these types of master planning rules.
Okay, got it. Thanks, sir.
Mac, this is Brian DeAndre. Can I offer a brief comment?
Yeah, it's up to General Hopper, sir.
Yeah, yes, Brian, go ahead, please.
Hi, General Hopper. Rob, this is Brian DeAndrea with Century Housing. We're one of the three members of the principal developer entity. If you go all the way back to the RFQ document that you're referring to, it's been 3 years now that we've been tasked with this enterprise. We were tasked with creating a supportive and therapeutic community. Certainly, supportive housing is a big piece of that. But in addition to the supportive housing, when we think about building community, we also think about all the ancillary services that are required. We have two primary hubs within the community plan. And if you've not had a chance to review the community plan, we encourage you to do that. And we'd be happy to do a special briefing with you where we focus perhaps specifically on these two hubs, the Health and Wellness Hub, which is centered in and around Building 300, which is a permanent supportive housing development that has a wealth of supportive service space, and also the Town Center or Civic Hub, which is centered in and around Building 13. We have, and I know there's been a lot of confusion, I think, about what is contemplated within the town center. What we have proposed is a supportive housing community that is replete with a number of neighborhood serving uses. That includes everything from cafes to barbershops to restaurants to vocational training facilities, services that are needed for everyday living. So I think perhaps there's maybe a difference of opinion in terms of what the appropriate scale of the commercial activity is in that town center. I think we've been very consistent in the vision that we have put forward. I think it is largely consistent with what with the cues that we took from the framework for a draft master plan, and we know it's financeable. And this kind of gets back to a question that Jim Perley had raised about, is it the financing that is limiting or compromising the vision for the town center? And I would say the answer to that is unequivocally no. Clearly, we have lots of financing challenges in affordable housing. There's not enough dollars to go around. It's super competitive. What we have proposed, we know is financeable. We expect to use low-income housing tax credits. We expect to potentially use new markets tax credits. We expect to use philanthropy. But what we have proposed, we are confident that we are confident that we can deliver on that vision of a town center.
Brian, I'm really appreciative you're on. Let me just make sure I understand. Is your understanding that the principal developer was chosen to deliver a community plan? And did you think the community plan was to reach subjects like the town center or veterans vocational training?
Rob, when you say community, I think we view our MO, our charge, as that of delivering community, right? Our community starts with housing, and then we surround that housing with all of the amenities and uses that residents and veterans need. That's everything from the barbershop or the restaurant to the vocational training facility. Now, I think, the enterprise zone that was originally called out in the framework for a draft master plan is on the far east side of the campus, on the lower side of the campus. That is outside of our purview. That is clearly not part of the real estate that we're working within. So within our purview, which is on the north campus, we view these areas, these two particular areas in particular, the town center hub and the health and wellness hub, as critical areas of activity that contain both housing and these ancillary uses.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not going to take any more time because we have a lot of speakers tonight, but I've always was of the view that the principal developer was being retained to provide housing advice in a discrete area, and that the community plan that the principal developer came up with was not meant to be a comprehensive plan for redevelopment of the campus. So, and you'll hear this later tonight, I think many of us on the board are concerned that some of the tasks like a town center are being diluted with what I would call a housing emphasis as opposed to a broader emphasis. So Brian, just briefly, did you ever get a contract from VA that'll ask you to provide advice on areas behind housing?
Well, I think if we go back to the RFQ and our response, and we have an MOU with the VA, and we're working on our larger agreement with the VA, I think we have viewed our task as being that of delivering a therapeutic and supportive community. And the analog that we've looked to is our work in Long Beach. This is obviously at a different scale, and I think from day one we have always proposed the ancillary uses, whether they be supportive service uses or neighborhood serving uses like the barbershop and restaurant, to use kind of the basic examples. We've always viewed that as fundamental to our charge of creating community.
So I take it you believe the community mission extends to non-resident, that you have to come up with ways of bringing in veterans from throughout the area?
I think our focus first and foremost is on the residents we're serving. Our uses contemplated within, for instance, the town center, like the living museum, right? Like the parade grounds. I think that could potentially be a hub and a draw for veterans from beyond. But I think first and foremost, this is a housing community for veterans that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, and getting them the services they need for everyday living.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, and if anyone, we're always available to answer questions to the VCOAB. If you'd like us to come back and do kind of a refresh on the community plan concept, we'd be happy to do that. Just let us know. We're here.
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Kes Spanko. I'm also here as well with PDT, and it is important to provide the supportive services. And there has been discussion about, does that extend from those that are housed, so the HUD Bash case management, to the wider community? And currently the intent is yes, to provide services to the wider veterans community. So there's a whole lot of work that's being done. And as Brian mentions, please feel free to ask about what that looks like, the services planning coordination that's taking place, and always glad to offer that for you.
General Hopper, can I ask Brian a question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Who is that? Jim?
Jim Purley.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, Brian, good to finally meet you. We've been trying to get together. Philanthropy, I can't pronounce it, but anyways, private funding. Do you think you can get private funding without things like naming rights or recognition from the donors? enough private funding?
You're muted, Brian.
Sorry. Yes, Jim. Thank you. Yes, we are confident we can do that. We know there are some present limitations with respect to naming rights. There's potentially legislative fixes to that, but we don't see that as a major constraint. Our priority as we launch this capital campaign is Wadsworth, right? That's the kind of the symbolic, beautiful structure at the foot of the campus. We think that's a very, very important place to start with. But there are lots of other philanthropic opportunities beyond Wadsworth. I think in some of the hubs that I've described, the wellness hub and the town center hub.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mac, back over to you.
Okay, sir. We'll just go to the next slide, zone 3. So here on, you can find this information on page 166 in the master plan draft 2022 document. So you can see the existing condition. You can see in the 2016 draft master plan what was conceptualized in this area. And just go to the next slide and you'll see the master plan 2022 focusing on that town center area and talking about some of the areas there. We talked about building 13 and the concept there and opening up the parade ground area, some of the other things. This is part of the community. So not wanting to do a master plan for the North Campus and the South Campus, not wanting to include input from those that have worked with us over time in the Principal Developers Community Plan. All of those go into what is Master Plan 2022, and that's where we're trying to get the best ideas and concepts, even from community members and BSOs and other key stakeholders, anyone that's filling out information and sending it in, either through the website we had prior to the Federal Register, where we had nearly 100 comments and input, as well as the Federal Register input going through all that. So it's a team, a group that we have doing that, and we take input from all of these sources, but VA is agreeing this is the direction that we see and that we want the document to go forward with, and taking all of the input into consideration. There are certain reasons why certain things can't be done, but you can see here some of the mixed use concepts that we think help build that community. If VA doesn't like what's being proposed by any of the individuals providing comments or providing input, then we don't include that in, and there's generally a specific reason as to why we can't include it or don't want to include it. And our guiding principle there is the Master Plan 2016 Draft Master Plan concept, or framework that we're looking at to help us fulfill what was intended in there. And in there is the concept and the intent that we do serve veterans from the community in different ways. So whether the principal developer, has concepts or others have concepts as stakeholders from the community, we take that into consideration. But I'm still fighting for trying to figure out how to reutilize some of that auxiliary services and engineering on the right-hand side of the campus in the north, to be able to get some job training and other connections with the community in there. As well as some other job training opportunities within the community itself on the North Campus, either in the town center or other areas. I think those are things that people would utilize and want in those areas. Okay, next slide. So here, looking at Zone 4, talked about some of these Northern Campus opportunities, open space, and what we might do with those open spaces. A lot of out-year planning. We'd have to go through a lot of environmental and historical and SHPO approvals to use some of the land in this way. Not all of this land was in the programmatic inspection, environmental inspection of the property, so we'd have to go back and do some of that work, which last time we knew took several years. So looking at this and getting some of these concepts out there now for consideration, really helps us when we get in those out years of 8, 10, 12 years out, when we're trying to finalize what it is that people want to utilize. And we've already had, several years, 4, 5, 6 years of significant housing on the campus. Then what is it that they see, and having lived on the campus, what is it that they feel is reasonable and not reasonable from a veteran resident point of view? So just putting these concepts out there, I think it's good for dialogue, good for discussion, and good for us to figure out what things have to be worked out over the next 5, 10 years to really have good efforts in those areas. Some of the comments coming back are saying too much open space, so I'll just put that out there. Next slide. So on page 168, you can see some of the concepts for this zone, what's in the existing condition and what the 2016 draft master plan contemplates, trying to connect to that western side in one way. And that's a hard thing to do across that arroyo. The environmental folks are saying, no, you can't do that. So we have plenty of years to work with them about, well, we know a straight over may not do, but if we move further north, can we connect and go in where the dog park today is, in that area? And why can't we use the wooded area on the left, either for an RV park or some other regained purpose of that land? What do we have to do staying away from the arroyo? Okay, next slide.
Mac, it's Anthony or General Hopper. Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Slide? Is there, this doesn't really show the elevation, with the connection to the Brentwood Barrington Park area, are veterans living on the main campus? Are they going to have to, is there going to be a trail? Is there going to be a bridge? Because those areas aren't really accessible, right, currently, to the main campus community.
Right. So in the draft master plan 2022, there's a lot of analysis about terrain, elevation, and bicycle path, walking path, transit, motor path, handicap access to these areas. So there would have to, and I would like to think that somewhere near that concept of what a recreation and therapy center might be, which might be one of those like an indoor, like our sprung structures, an indoor tennis structure where you have the metal framing and the hard plastic over it. Doesn't have to be a hard structure, but one of those types where you're going to do recreation inside. There's plenty of gyms around the communities that have those types of structures. But in that area, we're far north on the arroyo, or could go even further north. Can we get a significant boulevard to connect the west to east? And then how would we come back down towards that RV area? Or can we access the RV area on the bottom left and stay left there? There's lots of time to consider how to better utilize some of this open space. It's not our priority right now. Housing remains that priority, and infrastructure upgrades. But then how do we tie this in with biking paths, walking paths, some kind of significant driving area to get across and connect and reuse that side? Because there's a lot of community on the left side, whether we connect for some kind of veteran run, veteran owned markets, or even connecting for job training and skills and other things that can be on that side of the campus, close to the community that they're linked with. So yes, we would think about all those things, and you can see a lot of site analysis work by the team, not necessarily the principal developer, but other members in the team. They've worked through that. Johnson Fain being one of the team members that we've engaged to help us. And they were involved in the original 2016 draft master plan concept. So they've done a great job, in my opinion, on the site analysis so that we can all dig deeper into that now and understand the constraints and opportunities in the site.
Right. I mean, I recall from back in 2015, the idea of a road that connects to the Veterans Barrington Park area was problematic for many reasons. And so the reason why I bring it up is that the exchange or the veteran operated retail, the post office, Veterans Barrington Park, the dog park, potentially the RV, those are not directly accessible from main campus. In other words, a veteran can't really walk to those. I mean, yeah, they could walk, but it's a far walk, right? There's no shortcut to the main campus.
Yeah, there's not even a walking area. All
Okay.
vehicle traffic and pedestrian traffic has to go around,
Right.
whether you're going around to the north or around to the south. But the elevation in some of that steep area where you see the dark green, just east to the Barrington Park, that's pretty steep.
Right.
So there would have to be some significant work, and we'd have to look through environmental and historical to make sure we can make those changes in that area.
Okay, thanks.
Next slide. So housing delivery, Office of Asset Enterprise Management, I know they're on the call, and I would ask them if they'd walk us through this slide. That's okay, General Hopper?
Of course.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Pham. I'm a project manager overseeing the enhanced use leasing effort on the North Campus on the West LA. So this slide is focusing on the housing delivery and what we are planning to or trying to achieve. As you can see on the building and parcel number, these are the existing assets or to be developed. And kind of going through and looking at it from giving you an oversight of what housing type that will be, whether it's an existing, new construction or demolition, and then the which developer is responsible for accomplishing that effort. And then the estimated release date, just for clarification, this is when the an agreement is being executed by VA with the PD to transfer, for lack of a better word, the asset for PD's development. And the next column would talk about the construction start date that we're estimating at our current time, and looking at approximately 18 to 24 months from the construction start when it's anticipated to be completed, and also an estimated total housing units for these individual housing effort. These are including the manager's units on every building. So in that premise, what we're trying to do here is an outline of what our goals or plans are for up to, like I think General Hopper has mentioned, up to 2038 is the last phase of the completion for the building 257. And of course, when we're talking about the release date, this has a lot of limitations and things that has to happen before that we can transfer for the construction of these assets into housing. Is the financing, as well as Mac has kind of very well outlined some of the challenges of turnover activities. How do we reallocate or some of these inventories in these buildings and or employees to enable these buildings to be ready, be taken by the PD to seek or start construction. And our goal, or generally from our past practice, construction start ranges from 30 to 90 days from the financial closing. And lease up, generally, again, looking from 30 to 90 days from completion. So in general, I'm hoping to provide you just kind of individual building level information. And as we talked about in the past and also today, these are our goals, assuming that all the financing and everything that is planned and hoped for it will happen. Any specific questions regarding this slide that we can discuss?
Yeah, this is Josh Bamber,
Yeah, this is-
General Hopper. Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Who was that? Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Ms. Pham, Ms. McKendrick, are any of these buildings planned to be an assisted living facility, otherwise known as supportive housing with enriched services so that veterans can age in place? And if not, why not?
That's a very good question, actually. And some of these buildings, as you know, are building 209 is in operation. Few of the buildings are under construction. Few of these buildings are out the gate, meaning they obtain partial funding toward financial closing, and other assets are a planning stage where we are hoping to get the funding for that. I agree with you, and that's a very good question. VA as a whole has been, especially under enhanced use leasing program, as looking at assisted living. We believe there is a gap between permanent independent living to a nursing home that the VA provides, and how do we handle the population veterans that are entering and aging from independent, but not quite ready for nursing. How do we handle that? The issue that we're coming across and we're trying to overcome is the funding. As you are very aware, a lot of these permanent supportive housing has a very different, certain financing tier or stacking or the ladder to enable these projects to go to come to reality. Assisted living does not have that type of funding that's been identified. So what we internally, VA is looking at is there an existing operating cost or operating funding that's available to the community that maybe we can reallocate to this assisted living scenario. Another option that we are looking at is looking at it from a senior housing and still being able to utilize all these different financing tier that we've been talking about, and then adding like a menu type where there are additional services that each tenant can utilize to be able, like for example, 3 meals a day, having some in 2 to 3 days of in-home coming to do those. So it is being evaluated, but we are working through how to finance these projects, both from a construction and as well as operation. But that is our focus, addition to permanent supportive housing, to make that happen.
Thank you. I just would really love to see, if this is a master plan 2022 and it may be our last master plan, why is not assisted living, residential care facility, aging in place, recognizing the changing epidemiology of veterans in the Los Angeles area, why is that not included in the master plan anywhere in the 600 pages? Thank you.
Carrie, this is John Hopper. I just have a mechanical question. So the last column, next to the last column, we talk about construction, estimated construction completion. What has to happen after construction completion before occupancy? Is there a certificate of occupancy has to be granted? And what is the usual timing on that after construction is complete?
Usually there's we have to work through the kind of a HUD Bash or the do inspections to ensure that those units meet the requirements. But the lease up takes place way in advance of the certificate of occupancy. So I will leave it up to actual timelines, how it works in the LA, to Mac McGarren. He's probably better equipped to answer that. But usually certificate of occupancy issues within, I would say, 30 days is my experience, but I'll leave it up to the expert on that part.
Okay. Matt, any comment?
Sorry, so the question is how long the certificate of occupancy takes until lease up?
Yeah, we see the estimated construction completion date. How long before vets are living in the facility?
Well, they do have to, when the construction is complete and there is a certificate of occupancy, we can do lease ups depending on the how fast the property manager can move people in. We can do lease ups as soon as it's ready to move in. That's what we're working on right now with the project-based community partners.
Oh, okay.
So
and the certificate of occupancy takes?
So I guess that issued by the county has to come out and see, make sure that the life safety codes are all up to standards. I actually don't know how long that takes. We haven't had issues with that in the past, so I don't expect that would be any kind of delay.
Okay, thanks. You're muted, Mac.
Well, those are the best comments I made, sir. You had asked previously if there was a priority of work list, and I knew OAM was going to brief this slide in the back of the deck. Of course, this is our last slide, but this is the priority of work list as it's given to us as a turnover list from OAM. And it's this list that we prioritize our engineering work efforts, our infrastructure efforts, and our turnover efforts. 38 has come forward on the list. That parking lot, you can see lot 38 to be one of their building areas. And, that's multiple buildings in that area. that gets them a large number in that area of 120 units just out of that development effort, but multiple smaller buildings. That being said, some things, MacArthur Field used to be up probably number 4 or 5 on the list, and now it's slid backwards a little bit. So we change with them and we stay in sync, you know, and that some of their staff are here now probably half of every month or a quarter of every month working with us at West LA.
Chair, sir, can I make a comment?
Yes, I'm sorry, who was that?
This is Tess Banco, the project director for.
Yep.
Thank you. So I did also want to point out that we've been working with CERT and VA departments on the lease up process, especially for 207, which is coming online soon. As you know, it's 65 and older. And so going back to that comment about aging in place, those types of services, we were examining the Colma model, and we're also working with the geriatrics department to look at the different types of programming that will be required outside of the HUD Bash case management services. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Hey, General Hopper.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Dennis from LA. How are you, sir?
Hi, Dennis. Welcome.
Good.
Glad you're able to join.
Thank you much, sir. Quick question on the construction project. Just wanted to, you know, maybe dig a little deeper and just want to be clear to, because I was unsure and maybe I tuned in a little late, if there's any actual DVBEs on contract for this major construction project, or is this strictly the private sector?
So I do not have familiarity with the contracts. The contracts are actually done through the Office of Asset Enterprise Management. So I'd look to Office of Asset Enterprise Management, Carrie, if you have any information. I think we've discussed this on some of the master plan town halls about the types of set-asides that were made and entities that did bid and who won the bids.
Yeah. Just thinking strategically, great way to recycle dollars. We talk about putting dollars back into the community, and what better way to put our money where our mouth is, sir? Just wanted to make that comment.
Hey, General.
I must have missed that town hall. Can somebody summarize what was said about set-asides for veteran businesses?
But I don't want to speak exactly for the contracts. I don't have those here at this office. We review them when they go up for signature, but the actual bidding and the whole process is in the Office of Asset Enterprise Management. So if Ms. Pham is out there and able to address that in general.
Yes, generally speaking, our enhanced use leasing process, what we do is if there's any development that needs to occur, we do go out with the solicitation, and all the projects that's been under construction has gone through both the what we are calling a source sought. Apologies, can't talk today. Basically, it's going out and asking for any VOSB, veteran-owned small business, or small disadvantage-owned small businesses can apply for these development or for construction. And we went out and we did not receive any qualified proposals. So what we end up doing is going back out for open full competition, and that's how building 205, 208, and 207 was selected, as well as the building 207 under the principal developer solicitation. Those combined together went out, and we received a lot of qualified proposals under that solicitation, and then of course the principal developer was selected under that solicitation process. However, to answer your question, principal developer and as well as other developer who has been selected to develop, what we've been discussing with all the developers, go out and find or try to, the goal to meet the veteran engagement as well as the veteran-owned businesses to be sub to these projects. So they've been going out and doing different various efforts. Tess, do you want to answer some of that, as well as Brian DeAndres, if you wanted to add anything further?
Sure. Unfortunately, Brian had to leave us, and I send his regrets, but the principal developer team has started a construction safety training program So that's an 8-week vocational training program for homeless and at-risk veterans. A class of 13 students had graduated from the program with basic life safety and OSHA 30 construction certifications. So that was supported by the VA. They met in Building 57, which is fantastic to show the partnership there. There is a listing of the number of students that graduated and where they went on to. I won't bore you with that. We can submit that to comment. But the principal developer team did commit to 5% of dollar amount for building trade work awarded to VOSBs and SDVOSBs. So Building 207, the contractor is still in process of awarding those contracts. And we also committed to 3%, I'm sorry, just a moment. 3% of the dollar amount for non-building trade work awarded to veterans or disadvantaged businesses. So again, best faith efforts, awarding at least 3% of all some contracts to veteran-owned and veteran-led small businesses or disadvantaged businesses. So the general contractor for Building 207, Alpha Construction, veteran-owned, veteran-led organization. The construction manager, the principal developer, we've hired Answer Advisory to oversee the installation of the dry utility infrastructure construction, serving all of the 1,200 future housing units. The team is led by a full-time senior project manager and construction inspector that are Marine Corps veterans. So the architect is KFA LLP, their women-owned business. So there's a lot of different examples of this. And again, we will submit this into the Federal Register. One other component is the local hire policy. So again, best faith efforts to hire at least 20% of the labor force from within a 10-mile radius of the campus. So we're tracking two different components of that. One is the housing construction, dry utility, and the other is the dry utility infrastructure. So we do have facts and figures that we are charting on that we would be happy to share with you. So thank you very much.
General Hopper, this is Keith Boylan here. Can I also comment? I have a comment for Mr. Tucker as well.
Yes, Keith, go ahead.
Sure. Part of my duties here are serving as the state advocate for disabled veteran business enterprises. So Mr. Tucker, I just want to, in terms of, for instance, in our veteran homeless VHHP program, our most recent round awarded 3 grants to the West LA campus. It's Building 404, Building 300, and I don't remember the third one off the top of my head. But part of our program requires a 5% DVB participation in that. So just so you know, there is that aspect to it. I know from the state side, from some of the state money that goes in there, and I think the SDVOB program, I think, would be in Max Lane in terms of the federal contracting and that kind of stuff. But just wanted to throw that out there so you know that the construction, the state money that comes down there for the construction of this has a 5% requirement, which is actually a little bit higher than the state department ask. So,
okay, thank you, Keith.
Sure.
Thanks, Keith.
General Hopper, Josh.
Yes, who was that? I'm sorry.
It's Josh Bamberger. Sounds like this is coming to, we've completely blown our agenda right out the water. And it looks like we're sort of winding down to the component where the VCOAB has a chance to comment on the master plan. And I just would like to take this opportunity, if it's okay, sir, to ask if anyone, other members of the services subcommittee has any comments specifically about the master plan, as this may be our last opportunity before it goes before the secretary. And then I'd like to make some comments on myself. So I just want to open that up if that's okay with you, sir.
Okay, and let me apologize to our one person for the public comment period. We have completely gone past the timing there. So is that person still on the line, Eugene?
Well, sir, I believe she is still on the line.
Yeah.
Ms. Janet Turner.
I'm happy to give up my time. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Turner, thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, go ahead.
So, sir, before we get started,
Yeah.
excuse me, Dr. Bamberger, before we get started, sir, so we're going to forego the public comment session. And this was part of the agenda starting at 5:10 to do the master plan discussion. But, sir, I just want to recognize that Mr. Birchler, Chief VEO, has joined the meeting.
Oh, very good. Welcome, welcome, John. Any comments? You've missed all the good parts.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much. And sorry I missed everything, everybody. I've been on training all week for senior executives, and I actually broke away a little bit early to be with all of you, but I'll listen into the remainder of the meeting and just wanted to extend my best wishes and a happy post-Thanksgiving from Secretary McDonough. And we're very excited to get all of the feedback from these subject matter experts and these leaders, of course, on the committee. A lot of other great announcements coming very soon, but we'll let you know when those are available in real time. Back over, sir. Thanks for having me.
Okay, John, thanks for joining us. We know you've been busy today.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected for a minute. Are you doing public comment or I didn't hear?
So as of the beginning of this meeting, we only had one registered public comment, and that was Ms. Turner, and she just said that she would forego her time.
I registered to do a speak, but okay.
And who am I speaking with, please?
Miss Latia Subtle.
Okay, ma'am. Did it come in this afternoon? Because when I close down registration, so sir, it's up to you.
Yes, let's hear from Ms. Subtle.
Just a minute. Stand by, Ms. Subtle. Come on. It's an old clock concept. Ms. Subtle, the floor is yours, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
So my name is Latia Subtle. I'm a retired Army veteran, and I'm also the chair of the Armed Services and Veteran Affairs Committee with the NAACP Beverly Hills Hollywood branch. This is my first time attending this meeting. I just found out about this meeting today. And I did hear that you all have been in place for 5 or 6 years or so. So forgive me if you all have heard this before, but some of my concerns are with the veteran homeless issue is that the poverty level income for California is at a level that still puts a lot of people at risk for homelessness. For example, a family of 2, the income poverty level for California is $1,200. So a unemployed veteran with a child getting VA compensation doesn't qualify for HUD Bash or legal assistance and all this other stuff. And it puts them in a position where they have to pay full price for things while they're unemployed. So, for example, myself, I've gone through this myself where I was unemployed, 100% service connected, and receiving VA compensation. I had a family law case and I didn't qualify for legal assistance. So I'm having to pay full price for an attorney, $300 to $500 an hour on top of rent that's over $2,000. You know, the average rent around here is over $1,200, but the poverty income level is $1,200. So while I'm unemployed, receiving VA compensation, I don't qualify for legal assistance. I don't qualify for HUD Bash. So it puts a lot of veterans in a predicament where they will end up homeless. So I just wondered how, or is there anyone on the board that knows how to request or advocate for this income poverty level to increase? And then also for VA compensation not to be counted as income when trying to get legal assistance and HUD Bash. You know, those are 2 things that puts a lot of veterans in a position where they're paying full price with stuff with the high cost of living here in California. And then the other issue, you know, I know you talked about a lot about HUD Bash, but there's some other services out here for veterans. There's SSVF, and there's a lot of people that are in working positions to assist veterans in whatever their position is. And they're asking veterans for things that's not even part of the requirement. For example, SSVF they would ask a veteran for their bank account information so they can see where the veteran's check is being deposited. However, a veteran's VA compensation doesn't have to come through, doesn't have to go to a bank. They could receive a hard copy check in the mail, and some of those staff at these different organizations, either they don't know that or they want to ignore that, and you give them this information and they're still requiring that they see that the check is deposited into a bank account. That's one issue that's blocking veterans from getting assistance. Another issue is I've
You have
also
1 minute left, ma'am. 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. So another issue is I used to work for a veterans homeless shelter, and just say the veteran went to the hospital for whatever reason, missing for a couple days, didn't have a number to call back to the shelter. They lose their bed, and then their stuff is only kept for a certain amount of days before documents and everything else is thrown out in the trash. So then a lot of veterans end up in a situation where they no longer have birth certificates, driver's license, and all this other stuff. So my suggestion is there be some type of long-term storage until veterans get permanent housing, because that's an issue also. So thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Suttle.
I guess, sir, I just have one question. I understand these were public comments, but did I hear that Ms. Suttle was in need of some assistance at this point? Because I think what I would like to have her do is send an email to our FACA email, so we, from VFCE, the organization I work with, so maybe we get someone to reach out to her.
Yeah, that's fine. I did not hear that she was in immediate need, but that she had gone through some of these issues before, but we've got the recording, so.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
And we know where she works, so if you would do that, that sounds like the right thing to do. And just for the record, we have had conversations amongst VCOEB members about reaching out to, or making sure that the outreach efforts go to some of the communities that are more severely disadvantaged. So that has not been, it has been part of on our radar.
So, sir, with
Okay.
that said, I appreciate Ms. Suttle for her comments, and I think we can move into the next portion of the meeting. It's basically the overall master plan discussion, and I think Dr. Bamberger was going to lead us into that.
Yep.
And Chair, I think, we have the master plan discussion where which we set aside for 45 minutes. That's great. So just following up on what I said, if there are any specific comments that the services subcommittee wants to relay to the VA leadership around the master plan, and then I'll have a comment. Nothing? Bueller? No? A few smiles there. My favorite Bueller reference. Okay, so I guess what I would just like to say is, we've done a lot of work over these last 2 years that I've been on the board to try to produce some recommendations that we were trying to influence policy and procedures at the Greater LA VA, specifically trying to bring information around how to acquire units so that that bottleneck around the difficulties in getting units are overcome. We provided some information on enhanced supportive housing. We wrote a couple of recommendations to pick up the pace of using HUD Bash. And through many of these efforts, unfortunately, I think have fallen without influence, without change, and partly because the process is so constrained and recommendations can be responded to with concurrent principle, with basically gives the Secretary of the VA an opportunity to say, yes, I agree with that as an idea, but no programmatic changes need to be made. So we're kind of at I feel like we've come to sort of a dead end, personally. And I think that the master plan, as it's written, is I would even go so far as a historic missed opportunity. And the reason why I find this so frustrating and such an incredible missed opportunity is because it's been done by looking at the trees instead of the forest. The situation in Los Angeles County is that there are thousands of veterans who are sleeping on the streets tonight. And that is a shame beyond historic proportions, that a country of such incredible wealth are leaving people who've served this country to protect us all to sleep on the streets. And that the resources that are there are significant and available today. And I think we have tried everything in our meetings, all the tools that we have available to us in this committee, to try to recognize that there are best practices out there. There are 83 communities around the country that have ended homelessness for veterans. And some of these communities are large, the state of Connecticut, for example. And the process has always been the same. The process is that you have to start with the number of people who are on the streets and work down to zero. You can never build your way out of this problem. And by starting with a master plan that is designed to produce 2,400 units or 1,400 units of permanent supportive housing is the wrong way to do it. You cannot work from building your way of the number of units to ending homelessness. And this opportunity, this historic 388-acre parcel, could be the focus of a change that would be the joy of this country, where Los Angeles could be the example where, given the resources that are available on this campus, we could end homelessness for veterans. And we are missing that opportunity. We are striking 3 times because we're starting with the units and not with the people. And this is my, obviously I'm on my soapbox. This is that time to get on that soapbox because we've tried all of the things we can with recommendations and so forth. And I want to put into the public record that I think this is a historic missed opportunity, because no matter how many units are being built, it's not going to be representative of how many other building units that LASA and others are bringing to market. There are thousands of new units that are coming on. What units need to be built on the parcel? We don't know. We have not been given any data as to how many other apartments or vacant units are available for veterans throughout the county. All we know is what we have right in front of us, this one set of trees, and we have not looked at the forest. So I just want to put that out there and ask for your forgiveness on my soapbox, and just really hope that we can figure out over the next year or so how we can use the tools that are available to VCOAB so we can change the conversation. So the conversation becomes about how it becomes that no veteran is sleeping on the streets in the greater LA area, not how many units we build, not what the town hall is. All those things are important, and a tremendous amount of work has been put into it. But if we don't use this as an opportunity for a catalyst to achieve the goal, then we have missed an opportunity that will never come again. And I'd love to hear if there's any other comments from our subcommittee. Thank you.
I'm not on the subcommittee in particular, but I would add, Josh, to what you said, that in terms of what we're doing on the campus, obviously what we're planning and we're building to is what the reality of veteran need is going to look like in 5 to 10 years. It's not about what the reality is now. And we do know, to your point, Josh, that there are hundreds and hundreds of vacant units set aside for veterans. There's a variety of reasons why they aren't occupied, but none of those reasons are insurmountable. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to work together to make sure we are getting folks off the street today and using that to assess the needs of what folks are going to need in 5 to 10 years, given the pace at which buildings are coming online.
Yeah, Josh, I'm not on your subcommittee officially, but I would say that I share your frustration. On the other hand, there was an interesting piece, not that I routinely read the LA Times, in my newsfeed from the LA Times today that said exactly what you said doesn't work. Somebody correct me if they also saw it, that the Times was advocating build more supportive housing for homeless vets, homeless in general. But putting that aside, I think the board itself has frankly gotten more effective since you've been there, Josh. And over the last couple of years. We've put forth some good recommendations. Nobody ever said this was going to be easy. If it were, then they wouldn't need us, and we could all go back to whatever we do with our time other than our day jobs. But just recently, this initiative to house 500 vets, although it's in execution, it seems to be a little bit different than we perhaps imagined when we made that suggestion. And for the new members of the board, it was not at our last meeting, but it was a suggestion, a recommendation made last March. So and I would hesitate to say that that's where the secretary decided to take his challenge from, but it certainly was out there and has been out there for some time. But this, we face two challenges. As Heidi said, we're building for 10 years from now. On the other hand, I think we feel most acutely that VA most assures the success of what's coming 10, 12, 15, 2038 from now is enhanced by their ability to use the tools that are available right now to house the homeless that until recently were right outside VA's gate. So that realization, and I think prompted by good solid recommendations from the VCOEB, can really help define the path forward. Is it going to be frustrating? Has it been frustrating? Absolutely. Is it going to continue to frustrate? No question about it. But is it worth it? I think absolutely.
General Hopper, I would also like just to add that, your point about these 500 units is such a great example. When the Secretary of the VA says, house 500 veterans, 500 veterans got housed. That's fantastic. Now, if the Secretary of the VA said, house 500 veterans, but only use permanent supportive housing as your tool, then we would have ended homelessness for 500 people as well. So those kinds of statements that I think we are in a position to try to encourage is exactly the point. The point is not to build 1,500 units of permanent supportive housing, though I think that's a critical component of it. The point is, how are we going to get so that the 3,500 or 4,000 veterans who are sleeping on the streets tonight have a permanent place to live for the rest of their lives? And can that be done within a 2-year period? Absolutely. The resources are out there, and if the Secretary of the VA wanted to make that statement and not use the excuse of all the other things that are challenging, prices of apartments, difficulty financing new building, et cetera, those are all things to overcome. But what we've seen time and time again, that the VA is extraordinarily good at living up to the goals that are set before them, sometimes doing things that aren't so great, but usually accomplishing the goal nonetheless. And that's what I think we need to somehow influence through our process to encourage the Secretary of the VA to give reasonable goals with the appropriate tools to achieve that goal, and then holding them to a standard. Basically, you can't sow what you can't see. We don't know what the problem is. We don't know how to fix the tools, but if we can see the problem, we can sew it up and it'll be cured.
I agree. And I think we can certainly continue to help the VA and the Secretary do that and execute at that particular level.
General Hopper, this is Keith Whalen. I'd just like to join in a comment here. I'm like Heidi, I'm new to the committee, but I will just throw in my 2 cents if it's worth even that. But I first of all would love to be on this subcommittee, particularly if Doctor, you're still going to lead it. I love the passion, and I agree with what everybody said. The VA, remember, is it's a big ship, and that ship does not turn quickly, and it's hard to make it turn quickly. When the Secretary shows up and says this needs to be done tomorrow, you're right. Oftentimes they can turn very quickly on specific fronts. But I would also say that I support this committee. I would hope that my participation in it, because I worked for Swords to Plowshares for years in San Francisco. I came up through their legal department. I worked in the nonprofit world, housing forever. And now at the state level, I see it from a couple different viewpoints. And this committee has the unique opportunity to really, because I think the biggest challenge, particularly in a place like LA, is everybody on the same page? Is everybody preaching the same thing? And I think this committee does have the ability to put things in front of the secretary that he then says, and they happen very quickly. And I would also add that I think a lot of the work you're doing, whether the secretary gave you direct credit for it or not, it leaks out. This last year, for instance, I think one of the most significant things you mentioned, Doctor, was the aging in place, housing stability for aging veterans. You look at the demographics of this state, that is a population that is huge. Over 65% of the veterans in this state are over 55 years old. That's a big number. And they're not ready for skilled nursing. They're not ready for necessary long-term care facilities. We know in our homes, we see this problem all the time. But people have heard that. The governor last year gave me, in this year's budget, gave me $25 million to do a pilot program to do just that. So the technical assistance grant's out now, and next year you'll see that rolling out, which allows me to go in for over the next 3 years and provide support, additional support, HUD, let's call it HUD Bash plus perhaps, something of the sort, to start to address all those assistant needs that folks have in permanent supportive care that are not acute, but are necessary for housing stability and independence moving forward. So that is starting to roll. And I talked to Mr. Borsler a couple months back about it when he was out in California. And, hopefully when we're done with that pilot program, we'll have some recommendations to the VA in terms of maybe some amendments to the HUD Bash program that expands that and starts looking into that assisted care on a higher level for housing stability moving forward. But I mean, I think it's all great stuff. And I do agree that moving forward on the West LA campus, that would be the only thing. I think everyone's right about, what we can do now, what we can do then, but in planning for then. But I think that certainly, if there's anything that I would just want to note, just in my little time interacting here, if it's not part of the bigger picture, that would be something that I would hope the committee would push to insert, because that is a growing challenge in this state, and every year that goes by, it's going to get a little worse in terms of that particular population with those particular needs. But and I'll just leave it at that. But I appreciate the opportunity to provide some input here.
Thanks, Keith. Any other comments? And let me just add, I seem to be having connection problems, so periodically I'm dropping off, coming back as a attendee, and Eugene has to drag me over to make me a panelist. So if you miss me, it's just temporary. Thanks.
Okay, Rob Bagland.
Rob, somebody just tossed you the ball.
Sir, if the master plan discussion has been completed, our next item on the agenda will be the Service and Outcome Subcommittee recommendation, brief discussion, and vote. So it's Dr. Bamberger's floor again.
Have we finished the master plan discussion? Isn't there something from the master plan committee that they wanted to add into this, or?
This is Rob. I'm happy to weigh in briefly. I asked the question of the West LA leadership and also the principal developer of whether they thought it was the role or responsibility of the principal developer to comment on things like the town center or the veterans vocational training. And the reason is I don't want the principal developer to engage in what they would call mission creep, right? Taking on something that wasn't given to them and for which there may not be agreement. That should be their mission. So I went back and I looked at the original RFQ. And in fact, I looked at the modified version of the RFQ, and it confirmed my recollection. The VA was telling the principal developer that their primary responsibility was going to be to come up with a plan for at least 900 supportive housing units. That's what the VA was looking to the principal developer for. And the RFQ then said, after the programmatic environmental impact study is done, we'll look to them to select a developer to implement housing units. And then it talked about the issue which interested me, which was, would they have a role beyond housing? And just so everyone's clear about this, I'm reading from page 15 of the RFQ. What it said was, so this set the expectations. Subject to feasibility and further negotiations between the principal developer and VA, the principal developer may also assist VA in implementing other aspects of the draft master plan, including the town center, veteran services, campus enhancements, and other non-housing projects as part of the overall community developed on the campus. And so it could well be that the principal developer and VA have reached an agreement after further negotiations about what the role of the principal developer will be here. If so, I'd like to see it. So whether it's in the MOU or whether it's in other contract documents, I want to know what the principal developer's defined scope of work is. Because I know myself, and I think some other members of the master planning subcommittee have some concern about mission creep here, and the idea that the principal developer is purporting to offer advice well beyond the community plan. And that if that were to result in abandoning things like the town center concept as originally envisioned, that would be an unfortunate outcome.
Yeah, Rob, I'll just offer a comment. I guess I've not heard any. Today was the first I heard about the MOU, but it seems like the principal developer had, or GLA had conversations with the principal developer about financing, the difficulty in financing when you're working with an EUL, and then trying to plop housing on top of that to justify the financing. It just seems to me that that probably ought to be someplace, if it's going to be in the master plan, explicitly that that portion of the master plan can't be done under existing guidance or whatever the right descriptor is, and that it has to be approved and formalized, or an alternative, or what the alternative is. And that's the one thing that we didn't get to while Brian was still on the line, is if that doesn't happen, what is the alternative strategy for moving forward?
General Hopper, just Rob Beglin, just to add an additional point, Congress gave the VA these tools to engage in ground leasing. And as I see the record, and this is what the OIG said, nothing's been done to see if those tools could be used. Instead, it appears as though the West LA leadership has decided to defer to the principal developer's recommendation or belief that they can't successfully engage in any ground leasing unless it has a housing component. And I guess I just don't see an adequate effort as having been made to determine if that's the case. Congress gave them a leasing authority 5 years ago for socialization, nutrition, sports, all these types of things, and we've seen absolutely no use of it. So.
Yeah, Rob, Jim Purley, General Hopper, can I comment?
Yes, Jim, please.
Yeah, the enhanced use leases for non-residential doesn't get you much. If you do it for residential, it gets you the ability to get 15-year VASH vouchers. It gives you the ability to use tax credits, which require 55 years of affordability. And with VASH vouchers and tax credits, you know what your rents are. You can go to the market and get financing. For commercial space, there's no guaranteed income with vouchers. And so all it gets you, I suspect, if somebody builds it, is the ability to operate the property for 15 years before it goes back to the VA. So there's really very little benefit for EULs for non-residential. And not that I don't believe Brian, but I believe they backed into this. And so they can get tax credits for the housing. And there is a provision in tax credits so you can have a certain amount of space for social services as long as it supports the residential population. So they're kind of cannibalizing the town center. And then the reason I asked him the question about can you get philanthropy, I can't even say that word, without some kind of credit, he mentioned that's not a problem. And I don't know if that, maybe that's true, but I mean, you've got companies committing $2 billion for, like Google, for climate change. And, who wouldn't you want credit for like a Google or a Microsoft or somebody for doing this? And then you've got the situation where the VA is saying you can't have naming rights, but yet UCLA had naming rights. And it's almost like if it's not for the VA, he can get naming rights, but if it's for the veterans, you can't get naming rights. And maybe there's that law, but it seems to me that there's a creative way to get some money in there and really make a nice project and do it faster. The VA is mentioning that they have a timeline for doing the infrastructure and getting the funding together, which is great. I mean, that's really, really important because one of the problems with funding the housing is you have timelines for tax credits, for fast vouchers. It's very competitive. And if you miss because the infrastructure isn't ready, not only do you lose your financing, but you lose your status with all the entities like the tax credit people and the lenders who won't want to work with you because if you whiffed on one. So it's critical. And I may be naive about this, but it seems to me that if there's a way to get private funding and get credit, you can develop the town center, you can get it faster. And if you can do that, the principal developer, it's a good team and they can provide the housing. But I can't, in spite of what is said today, I just don't believe that this thing is going to be successful without private funding that can act quickly. Now, it could be wrong, but it's hard. It seems to me it's hard to get government financing and approval through Congress exactly when you need it. So I hope I'm wrong. I'm pessimistic about the ability to do it without the private financing. And it's irritating when they can give private families credit for UCLA, and yet they can't. We can't do it with the site, which is not designated for UCLA, it's designated for veterans. So that's kind of my overview. And I just think if we can get the philanthropy approved and we can get somebody at the VA who's directly in charge of success of this project, we can get it to work. I'd also like to make a comment about off-campus. We have had experience with VASH vouchers in a property in a different county, and it didn't go well. And the reason it didn't go well was a couple of reasons. First reason is there's not enough social service providers. We had veterans who were running in naked and ripping out wires out of the elevators. And when they were supposed to pay 30% of their rent as part of their process. For example, if the rent was $1,500, a veteran could pay $200 and HUD pays the rest. $200 is based on their income. They wouldn't. We bought it from another owner. The other owner let them ride. We said, no, you got to do your part. And they threatened the manager, and there was a lot of issues. So the reason I'm saying this is that VASH vouchers are only as good as the for units outside are only as good as how the veteran acts when he gets in the site, because a private owner has he has alternatives, and he also has responsibility to the non-veterans in his housing. So if a veteran acts out and there's not enough social services, it's going to hurt the building, and you're going to lose that owner. So, and in a few months ago, I was told that they had more veterans with VASH vouchers than they had, and they couldn't find units. In my personal opinion, what you have to do with that is spend more money on social service providers and helping the veterans with services. The other thing I found troubling was, I think it was me or somebody else asked the question, does an owner know when he gets a veteran what kind of services, and what's the I can't think of the word, but how much services does veteran needs? The answer was no, it's a violation of fair housing. And yet we had two nonprofits on here a couple of sessions ago that had veterans communities with a lot of social services, and the first thing they talked to us about was qualifying the veterans, so everybody knew what services the veteran needs. What we don't want to do is dump mental health issues on unsuspecting owners by giving the veteran a VASH voucher and sending them out, and because owners are not qualified to do their social services, and if they have bad experiences with veterans, they won't continue to do it. So it's a lot more than just getting VASH vouchers out there. So that's my 2 cents.
I mean, I'll just jump in, as far as the master plan subcommittee, I keep talking about it, but the importance of what utilities to me is, we have a plan for 1,230 some odd units, and phase 0, I think, is 237 units, but we're not getting beyond 237 units currently, because the what utilities are in place. And I think what we heard today is that the fire suppression system will be installed, but we know from the 5-year OIG report that the sewer and stormwater needs to be replaced as well. So, what utilities is a continuing concern that I have. It's great that VA has made the investment in dry utilities. That was taken care of back in November of 2020. It's great that VA is making the investment in the booster pump for phase 0 construction, but beyond that, we're stuck. And so, I keep talking about it because, without those what utilities, we don't get beyond 237 units. And I didn't hear today that the money was committed fully. And so that's one concern I have. By and large, I think the principal developer's housing phasing is good. I mean, phase 0 is good. All of phase 1 is great. Phase 3 is great. Phase 4 is great. There's one particular area in phase 2 that I think, really deserves a little bit more investigating. And in particular, the area with building 13 and then the new construction around that. I think, from the master plan 2022 document, that area is being contemplated for development in the interim phase, which is 6+ years from now. So we do have some time to determine if there are any third parties that are willing to take on the initiative of building a town center. And there very well it could be the case that nobody's interested. And at least at that point, we know VA did the homework, they did the solicitation, they did the industry days. And if nobody's interested, move forward with the plan as is. But between now and 6 years from now, I think we have the time to determine whether or not the 2016 plan is feasible. And I think what we've been told up until today was that financing, apart from residential units, is an issue. And so, I think the town center is something that we can do a little bit more homework to determine what is feasible in the private market. And then the third thing I would mention is just the idea of the enterprise zone, because I really think one thing that we haven't discussed enough is workforce development for veterans. In other words, if we can do a better job of helping transitioning service members, recently discharged veterans afford market rate living in Los Angeles, maybe we won't need as much affordable housing in the future. Yep. And right now, the Master Plan 2022 talks about job training in 11 plus years. And I think we can do better than that. Particularly in the auxiliary or ancillary services area of Master Plan 2022, the name kind of flips a little bit. We're talking about building new construction for VA operations in an area of the campus that, according to Master Plan 2022, has visibility by 300,000 vehicles a day. I mean, that's a hugely visible area that we can hopefully entice private investment to develop a Veterans Enterprise Center to focus on workforce development. Yeah. And so those are the three issues I think are a big deal. What utilities, the town center, the enterprise district. By and large, the PD's housing plan is great, but I think we have time to determine whether or not those modifications can be made before we just say, this is the plan. I think there's more work to be done. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Chair, I'm not sure if a response is desired here or appropriate, but I do have some comments if you'd like them.
Okay.
So regarding the workforce development is a component of Building 300. There is a career and services center there, not only for the veterans that are living in the housing, but also veterans who are within the wider community. So that is planned, and I agree completely, Mr. Allman, with your assessment that the more education, the more opportunity, the more of a chance that market rate housing can be afforded. I also wanted to go back to the authority. So the final authority lies with VA and Congress. And we have gone through and looked at the different tiers of services that we could put into the different buildings. So it's not some sort of, self-serving effort to only include the things that will, make money in terms of tax credit funding. But really it's to create a sustainable town center. The services have to be sustainable. There is the tenet that the businesses must be veteran-owned businesses. And of course, we can examine that. We can look at how we might get that done. But the standalone, yes, a huge part of that is standalone commerce could include commerce that is not veteran-owned, veteran-centric. And that's, way out in left field. But there is kind of a range of, services. What can we provide directly? What can we partner to provide? What can service-owned business, veteran-owned businesses provide? And then there's a wider context of what the town center might look like if there's standalone commerce. So I just wanted to note that we have been looking at all the different options. We do hear your feedback. It is being considered, and it's not just on the principal developer team. It really is a function of what can legally be done on the land. So I don't know if any questions.
Just to follow up on that with regard to the enhanced use leasing authority, and I don't know if VA, Carrie, if they're still on the line, but my understanding is that Section 2B1 of the West LA Leasing Act is very specific with regard to the definition of supportive housing. And so I guess, the difficulty becomes is Congress has created this leasing authority, which essentially mimics everything that you would need in a town center, which is a separate leasing authority than an enhanced use lease, which the principal developer is using to build housing. So, the issue, is, are we using the right tool here? Or are, the housing on campus is being negotiated and entered into through a specific legal authority, being enhanced use leases. Apart from that, VA has a separate leasing authority, Section 2B2 of the West LA Leasing Act, which gives them the authority to engage in additional types of leases beyond the purpose of supportive housing. So, that's the difficulty here. And now up until today, we haven't heard of any discussion about, potential hybrid leases. This is something that we've been talking about for a while. I'm sorry, did somebody else want to jump in?
Oh, you did?
Dennis, I think your mic's off. So anyway, that's why I think, the issue of the appropriate authority, the enhanced use leasing authority is very specific for supportive housing. It is different than what the town center was envisioned.
Just the area was interesting.
And so maybe that gets worked out in the future, but my understanding today, a lot of those use cases that are being proposed aren't necessarily authorized under an enhanced use lease. And so anyhow.
Straight out there, right?
Yeah, it's just straight.
Sorry, Anthony.
Somebody out there with a hot mic, please mute yourself.
Have to get on the bus or
Mr. Tucker.
No, it was just right there.
Is it Tucker?
You got a hot mic there.
I can't find him to shut him off. That's the problem.
So, it's different than building a development out in the community where there aren't these specific authorities that VA has to adhere to. That's the challenge. What is the right instrument to build out the town center? Is it the enhanced use lease authority, or is it the separate authority that pretty much describes what the town center would look like? And that's I think the rub at the end of the day. Are we using the right authority? But again, by and large, the principal developer's draft community plan is pretty great.
I mean, Anthony, again, what I would say, I would reiterate the thing I started with is this is upside down. We're doing this the wrong way. We got to we have to have a needs assessment. What are the needs of veterans who are low income and homeless in the greater LA area? And then how can this parcel be a component of solving that problem? And that's why I think this is just, again, we're plowing ahead with the master plan in a way that looks at what's in front of us instead of looking at the big picture. And I think the VA and the principal developer has shown extraordinary skills and imagination and ingenuity to solve a problem. But if they're not given a problem to solve, then they're not going to solve it. So I think that the enhanced use authority could be used for a variety of different solutions, but they're not being asked to do so, so the solutions aren't coming. Similarly, just to use the example, it seems like there's consensus around this assisted living. I mean, that seems like something everyone recognizes, but as far as I know, Heidi and her team already have an assisted living being built in Sepulveda for veterans. I have no idea. And nothing that the leadership of the VA has provided this committee has given us the information from which we can then comment on to see if the building that's being done on the parcel is meeting that need. So again, I can't reiterate strong enough that this has been an upside down process. There hasn't been adequate strategic planning or needs assessment, and we haven't used the opportunities from best practices around the country, and they're going to plow ahead to do something which will undoubtedly be beautiful and end homelessness for 1,200 people, which would be fantastic, but we will be 10 years from now exactly where we are in terms of the number of homeless veterans on the streets of Los Angeles, unless this plan is changed. Doom and gloom from Dr. Bamber.
I mean, I don't disagree with you on the point that you had made earlier about the need to determine a by name list and do all those things. Just specifically looking at the Master Plan 22 document as is, there's a lot of good things, and there's a couple areas that need refinement. And the areas that need refinement aren't even contemplated for development for 6+ years. Before we close the book and say this thing is final, maybe we can look at some other options. That's all I'm saying.
Good.
Yeah, Josh, I would suggest that the services subcommittee start working again on a recommendation that talks about defining the requirements, defining the population that's going to be served at the various service points once housing is starting to be delivered, and see if that can't be part and parcel of the core of transforming this plot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great suggestion. Shall we move on to the recommendations for our subcommittee for today, or?
Yeah, I'm ready to move on. Let me just make sure there aren't any last comments here on the
Hopper,
talk about the master plan. Who was that?
Rob,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just going to state the obvious because I think it's sometimes worth doing that from time to time. Anthony pointed out that Congress under B2 gave the VA leasing authority for the types of activities that would support a town center. And we basically have had that leasing authority for 5 years. And the OIG has looked at it and said, I don't see any evidence that leasing authority has been used. I think we have to find a way to use that leasing authority, or we have to be told why that leasing authority is inadequate. I think there's some of us who think that it can work if corporate naming rights are involved. But I just, for one, I'm not prepared to say you can't do the town center at the present time as it was envisioned in 2016. I'm not prepared to give up on it. And the suggestion by the principal developer that they want to go back to Congress and get their enhanced use leasing authority changed smacks of looking a gift horse in the mouth. Congress 5 years ago gave us the type of leasing authority we think we need here. And I think members of Congress will probably find it deeply ironic that the VA leadership was ultimately accused of misusing leasing authority for decades. That's what led to this body being created. And when Congress gives them authority to lease properly, it goes unused. There's an awful irony in that outcome.
Well, I would just add to that the Section 2B2 authority has been used for Brentwood School, for Safety Park Corporation, for I believe the restoration of Wadsworth Chapel. It just hasn't been used for the town center, which OIG pointed out, and that's unfortunate.
Okay, any more comments on the master plan discussion?
I have one, General Hopper. Is there a way to build flexibility into this master plan 2022 or whatever, so we're not stuck with it? Because I think we're all worried about this is our last chance, but if we can build in options to revisit a year or two down the road and make changes, it may be in there and I missed it, but from what I hear, I think we're all afraid that this is our last shot. So if we can build in a ability to revisit, if we don't get everything we want now, maybe down the road we can.
I think it's in there, isn't it? 3 to 5 years is repeated in the master plan 2022.
This is Anthony. It refers to revision of the draft master plan 3 to 5 years. It's a little unclear with respect to when we would engage in another master planning effort. Maybe it's a typo, or just maybe it's not stated clearly. But I know that this was a big issue from the very beginning because we were told that it would be revised every 3 years, and then it wasn't. And now it's being revised in almost its 6th year. So, it's not a matter of law that the master plan will be revised. That's the difficulty, right? I mean, VA isn't legally required to revise the master plan on any specified timeline. But the one issue that I would just, because that refrain is, well, hey, we're going to update this in 3 to 5 years. What's the big deal? It's a little troubling because once land is leased up and built on, it's no longer a development opportunity, right? So that's just something to be aware of, that we should be careful of just saying, oh, well, we're going to address this in the next revision potentially in 5 years or 6 years or maybe 10 years from now, because hopefully things have been developed, but they may have been developed in such a way that limits our options moving forward. So I would just point that out as a concern that I have.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. Any other comments on the master plan discussion? Okay, Josh, over to you. Services and Outcomes Subcommittee recommendations.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize if there's a lot of background noise because, of course, my neighbors happen to be redoing the roof just on today, right? So there you go. And I also want to say that I revised at the very last minute the wording of these two recommendations, and I didn't get a chance to send it around because the timing was just too short. And the reason I had to revise them is because in response to the VA Secretary's response to our March recommendations. So some of you may be seeing this specific wording for the first time. Again, I apologize. And then lastly, this concur in principle conundrum. I don't know how many of you are tracking this. We, got a number of different responses. We got responses from all of our March recommendations. Some of them were concur, some of them were non-concur, and then the majority were concur in principle. And this concur in principle is a really tricky thing because my interpretation of that is if we write our recommendations with too many sub-clauses, then it gives the Secretary's office a challenge in that they may agree with 9 out of 10 of them, but if one of them they don't agree with completely, then they have to concur in principle. And then that takes the opportunity to actually instruct the VA leadership to do something off the table. I hope that makes sense. So what I tried to do with the revision of this first recommendation that I'll read in a second is take as much wiggle room out of the recommendation as possible to a single sentence. So the Secretary's office can either concur or not concur, but is less likely to concur in principle, which I think is just a back pocket veto, basically just avoids the issue completely. So that's why I revised this last one. Any questions on that? Okay, so I love this part of these meetings where I get to read this thing. I always feel like I'm reading my kids a story to go to bed. So I'll hope you don't fall asleep, but I'll just read through it because that's required, and then we can comment and then revise if necessary, and then vote. So whereas permanent support, this is recommendation 15.1. Whereas permanent supportive housing is the best solution to end homelessness for approximately 3,902 veterans experiencing homelessness in LA County. Whereas as of January 2021, housing authorities in Los Angeles County have been issued 2,547 HUD Bash vouchers that had yet to be used to support the rent for homeless veterans. Whereas as of January 2021, there were approximately 92 vacant staff positions at the VA Greater Los Angeles healthcare system to serve veterans experiencing homelessness in HUD Bash. Whereas the Secretary of the VA, Dennis McDonough, conducted a press briefing on October 20th, 2021, where he pledged to house 500 veterans experiencing homelessness by December 31st, 2021. And whereas more recent data than 2021 has not been reported to the VCOB concerning numbers of veterans experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles, number of unassigned HUD Bash vouchers, number of vacant HUD Bash staff positions, specific housing needs of veterans experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles, and progress towards establishing a by name list. Whereas over 80 communities around the country have achieved functional zero for homeless veterans, thereby ending homelessness for veterans in these communities. Whereas a key component of systems change to achieve the goal of ending homelessness for veterans is the establishment of a publicly accessible dashboard that reports in real time the number of veterans on the streets or in shelters, the numbers of unassigned HUD Bash vouchers, the number of vacant HUD Bash staff positions, both VA and contract staff, and the progress towards establishing a by name list. Now, therefore, let it be recommended that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the leadership of the Greater LA VA to create a dashboard for the Greater Los Angeles area, broken down by service planning areas, that provides a monthly report on progress towards ending homelessness for veterans in the Greater Los Angeles area, in witness whereof the Veterans and Community Oversight and Engagement Board adopts this recommendation as of December 2, 2021. So open for comments now, and just want to start with saying, as you can see, I moved most of the things that were in the recommended to the whereas, so that the recommended is very, either you get a up or down, and I didn't try to specify what should go into the dashboard. Leave that obviously directed by the whereas, but not specific, so that they can avoid agreeing or not. And I'd love to hear from Heidi if something like this already exists and if this is superfluous, or if you think this would be helpful to move things forward.
So actually, Josh, let's get a motion first and then we can move to discussion. If somebody wants to move that this be approved.
This is Anthony. I'll move to approve the recommendation for discussion.
And this is
I need a
Mark.
second.
I second.
Okay, Rob Beglin seconds. Discussion. Thanks.
I think that was Dr. Wellish, but.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
I don't know if Heidi is online, but I'll just go ahead and add that the VA does update on a monthly basis the bed capacity, which I think is useful. I like this recommendation because of, just rather than focusing on just capacity, it focuses on individual veterans and identifying them and where they are. And I think that is going to be ultimately useful, not only for VA, but for service providers in the county and all the other related organizations. So, Dr. Bamberger, to your point, this sort of tries to get VA to, move closer to the by name list and then reporting that out to the community. So you have my support.
And I'm here. I think in terms of a dashboard, there's definitely, as you know, Josh, there's examples of this happening already in different communities, not just for veterans. So something that looks at on a monthly basis, like how many veterans are housed, what's the utilization of HUD Bash, and possibly we could even work with VA to put in like the vacant units that we know are committed to veterans that are vacant. Between those things, I think it would give us a good picture. And what from the LASA side, what LASA is working with VA on right now is creating a reconciliation of our community data with the VA data to get a better sense of the denominator of who could be experiencing homelessness as a veteran. But that's sort of a down the road. But I think from a performance perspective, looking monthly at even just housing placements and the utilization of BASH makes good sense.
And Heidi, you don't already have this. LASA doesn't have a dashboard of the entire population with veterans as a subset at this stage. Do you already?
We have a dashboard that tracks permanent housing placements across the board. It includes placements from VA, but it's not broken out specifically.
I mean, ideally, this, as you know, when Community Solutions comes into a community to try to end homelessness for veterans, the key is having the entire system working together in concert, which includes the county and the housing authorities and so the thing. So ideally, the dashboard would be much broader than just for veterans, but and that we would know, like I could call you up and say, how many vacant units are there for homeless people today in the greater Los Angeles area? And you'd say, 1,231. Something very specific, because Building Corners has already, master leased those units and they're just sitting there waiting to fill someone. So that would be the goal. Is there something in the works on the county end like that at this time that this would fit into, so it wouldn't be too burdensome?
So I think just in my experience, we have a lot of data already posted at the community level. I think for the purpose of what we're getting at here, which is really utilizing the VA resources that have been allocated here to serve the veterans who are here, I think it would be pretty easy to put together a dashboard that shows housing placements and BASH vouchers, because we have all that information monthly anyway between the VA and the housing authorities. And then I can show you where we already have community dashboards that you can take a look at. But shifting it from tracking utilization of transitional housing to utilization of permanent housing, I think is right.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Josh, this is Jim. I think it'd also be good to track recidivism, monthly recidivism
veterans falling out of housing, and if possible, the reasons why. Just sitting in meetings over the past several months, that seems to be one of the housing authority's major concern is the recidivism. Is, you know, we're getting people housed and we're losing them as quickly as we're getting them housed. And I largely think that's because of services, to Jim Purley's point earlier. We're burning a lot of landlords out there, so I would add that. And I think this motion is really important. Specifically, I'm just thinking about Jim's perspective as a landlord. It's important to have the right amount of services out there for our veterans that we are getting housed.
Okay. I'm not sure, Eugene, how we would practically edit this. I know you and I were talking about it a little bit earlier this morning, given that we need to vote. So I don't know what to do. Should we, General Hopper, do we like to say, we have to, this is what we got? So we vote on this, and then hopefully the recommended is vague enough that if this ever did come to pass, including things like move-outs and recidivism or evictions in the dashboard, would be seen as valuable enough that it would be a component of it, even though it's not written in the recommendation. Something of that, I guess, my best guess.
What would, I'm sorry, who was that?
It was Keith Boylan, General. I would only add, I think I think I understand where you guys are trying to get to here. I would be concerned about the monthly update on homeless. I mean, obviously point in time counts are obviously a big resource for this. They're taking place once a year. The most recent was before COVID even hit. So how to keep an accurate number of currently homeless, that, I mean, it would be a best guess, I believe, unless there was a lot of work done on a monthly basis to really get out in the community, which is a huge undertaking. But I think really the strength of this ask here is putting the VA on the track to start to develop this. I think the biggest concerns, I know from our end, what we see is, and again, I would go back to, I would ask in this that they separate HUD Bash scattered site versus project based. I think that information is valuable. And I think the information regarding the staff to support those sites, back to, everyone's new, so I think it was Mr. Embry, his comment in terms of coverage at scattered site locations when you have maybe one veteran in a whole facility for a whole apartment building that might be the only one there receiving these types of services. That's a big task for the VA, obviously, because those staff members have to do quite a bit of traveling versus a project based where everyone's in one location. So I think that kind of information is invaluable. Understanding the staffing numbers that support each of those programs. I think that goes a long way towards, I think, what you guys are trying to get at here as well. But my biggest concern would just be on the front end, the undertaking that would be involved in trying to update a housing number. I think, to Jim's point, I think you would have some idea of what comes and goes on the recidivism side if you tracked who fell out of these facilities. So once you got a best guess number, you could work from there. But that front end might be a challenge, but I think the back end,
perhaps, because there is there's by name lists that already exist by service planning area. So maybe the language is broad. I think we all are talking about the same thing. Like, what are the key indicators to know that we're making progress towards ending? And so maybe it's recommending that we collaborate to identify what those key indicators are with VA, and then collectively develop that, and then building the dashboard to bring the transparency as the second step.
Exactly what I was going to say, Keith. Just one quick thing, just to respond about the point in time count versus the by name list. This is a really important technical difference that a lot of people don't embrace who aren't in the weeds like I am on a daily basis. The point in time count is a very general estimate that way too many people think is actually counting the number of homeless people in a community. All its intent is to do trends over time. The by name list, on the other hand, actually is created through a completely different methodology and accurately represents the number of people who are sleeping on the streets or in shelters at any given time. And if you've gone through the process of building a robust by name list, you can actually report on that on a monthly basis as a way to show progress. And the communities that have achieved functional zero have relied very heavily on the by name list, where they sit down almost on a daily basis and said, who's off the list today? Who's back on the list today? What did the person who got off go to? How did we learn from that? How can we swing that back to make more headway? It's a very critical piece, and hopefully all of us can understand the difference between those two things so that we can see that it is doable when you have that list.
Got it. So how do you, so that's, thank you for clarifying that. So how is someone, say, for instance, they fell into homelessness today, haven't sought any services, how does their name get on the list? If they're...
So there's a reporting mechanism from agencies around the county that are required to say if someone's come to your service that they are then sent to a centralized database.
They haven't sought service.
Well, if they're completely ghosts in the system, then they're not on the list. But
Well,
very few people are.
Count is to go out and try to find those ghosts. So that would be the only difference that I would say in terms of it. It would still be a best guess in that sense. Then that's all I was trying to say, is that you can't really be sure of that, because point in time count the point of my understanding over the years is the point in time count is trying to find those folks that aren't in the system and have not been identified and contacted and tied in through some form of the coordinated entry system. They're basically unknown at that point. So
right. And this is Sarah Serrano. I just wanted to add really quickly before I forget. This recommendation specifically is about the criteria currently existing within the VA systems. And we're asking them not to start from scratch from the point in time count. We're asking them to curate and cultivate all the data sets that they have automatically updated within their systems routinely. It's about putting that together in a hub, in a dashboard. So it's not as severe of an undertaking as you're thinking. It's really more of a technological process and a building of an infrastructure where they're cultivating all of their data sets and data points from their current resources as well in one place, so that we can access and build, measurements from there. And that's what this recommendation is about.
Right on. Thank you. So, General, I know we're running out of time. So, what do you want to do about process in terms of?
I think process-wise, there have been several good points. One may be to include some of the key parameters that would be in the dashboard. Another may be that monthly, even if it's using internal resources, and thanks for that, Sarah. That was a great explanation. Monthly may be a workload that is fairly tough. So quarterly may be better. But I think everybody has the sense of what this one is all about. I'd recommend, Josh, that you pull it back, that you reword the recommendation slightly, and particularly including Sarah's comments there, and then watch that through the committee, and we'll vote on it by email.
General, just
I don't think we can do that.
Provide a comment?
Sorry, I just don't think we can do that by email. Actually, this isn't that timely. Maybe this can wait till next meeting. I don't know if it really makes that much difference if we pass this today than we do whenever we meet next.
Okay.
I would agree with that. This is Sarah Serrano. Yeah.
Yeah, Larry Vasquez, go ahead.
Sure. And I just wanted to, I was working with somebody at LASA, I think Melanie before you got there. Heidi before you got there. Her name is Melanie Martins, and she's moved on. But we talked extensively about a dashboard, and it actually exists. Maybe not to exactly all the details that we've discussed here today. And I'm happy to put that, I can't see a chat function on here, but to share with the group. But it did talk about how many veterans were housed, and it was on a monthly scale, and it was reported monthly. So I think it wouldn't be that hard to recreate that. It stopped at the end of 2019, but I think it provided some valuable information. Maybe not exactly all the parameters that we're asking for here, but it had the big building blocks here.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Eugene has lost connectivity, and he just sent me a text that said Mark Wellish has a comment. Mark.
Sir, I'm back, but it's going and coming. But Mark has a comment, sir.
Okay.
Right now in Los Angeles, homelessness is I assume that this hadn't been said in the earlier part of the meeting, but it's reaching a crisis point, and more transparency to the community is very important. And I think this enhances transparency to the VA LA as well. I think that this needs to be put forward as soon as we can, and it needs to be, I would hope, today.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I frankly don't think we can quite get to it today. That we've had inputs from others, and I can't remember who. Josh probably does, in discussing this, that says that something like this exists, and much like Larry has just said. So I really think that the best thing to do is to pull this back, to recraft that recommendation and make sure that we know exactly what the history is out there, and what the workload is going to be to put this together. It is important, and to make sure that we get the key parameters that have been suggested by other folks. But it would be better to reshape and get it exactly like we want it, I think, than to send it forward now.
Do you know when we're next meeting?
Probably February, if we can do it in person. Is that correct, Eugene?
And sir, that's based upon the COVID restrictions that'll be in place. We're still going to work for that 60-day waiver. So it's a day-for-day slip now with that 60-day buffer period up front.
So,
Okay.
General Hopper.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Dr. Brakeman.
Steve,
Yeah,
go ahead.
this is Steve Braverman. I rarely weigh in on your recommendations, but I wanted to kind of help here a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure.
We agree. I won't say concur in principle, what the secretary might do. We agree with the necessity to put together a by name list of veterans in the community and identify their status, and that's the only way to be able to get a handle on what's going on out there. We have already identified that as a requirement. That's one of the things that we're working with the contractor on that we talked about earlier in the presentation. And it's also one of the things that we're working with LASA, as Heidi mentioned, at the SPA level and some others to coordinate and collaborate and get those names together. The trick is going to be in the technical details of how we put something together to address, that dashboard piece. But, I can tell you that that's something we would like to do. And it's something that we're looking into seeing how we can do. So there's not a lot of conflict here. Again, it's just how we can execute the requirement as we move forward. So agree, concur in principle that we absolutely need to do this, and the devil's in the details of how we would make it happen. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Braverman. And what I would suggest, given that comment, is that we do put off voting on the specific recommendation until the February meeting. Given the time frame of which the Secretary's office has a chance to respond to these things, which has typically been 6 to 12 months, I'm hopeful that the dashboard and the by name list will already be well established before this comes out the door. So I think we should get it right and delay.
Yeah, and we're already trying to work it. Thank you.
But sir, I just wanted, for the record, make sure there's no mistake in the fact that the VCOEB did not recommend to GLA.
That's true. Yes. Absolutely. We cannot.
We would never do that. Never.
I was referring to the fact that we're already in the process of trying to do something like that, and appreciate the
discussion.
No, that's not the intent behind the recommendation. Okay, so
yeah,
thank you.
No recommendations to GLA except maybe for that funky little beard thing.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent behind the recommendation, the potential recommendation motion to the Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, number 2.
Okay, moving on to the next one, and then we'll decide about voting, I guess, in a second. This is perhaps a moot recommendation. It's recommendation 15.2. And I am going to say up front that if we choose not to approve this, that makes sense. but we also may want to approve it. So I think it is one that we really may want to take a vote on. Whereas the Veterans Community Engagement and Oversight Board is charged to provide oversight of services for veterans experiencing homelessness served by the Greater Los Angeles Affairs Medical Center, and provide oversight for the development of the 388-acre parcel where the VA Medical Center resides through formal recommendations to the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs. Whereas the Secretary of the VA took over 8 months to respond to the recommendations passed by majority vote by the VCOAB from March 2021 meeting. Whereas without timely response to the recommendations of the VCOAB from the Secretary of the VA, we have no evidence that the members of the committee are able to fulfill its charter. Now, therefore, let it be recommended that the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs provide specific responses to recommendations passed by majority vote in public meetings by the VCOAB within a minimum of 120 days following their passage and witness thereof today. So the reason why I'm not sure we should move ahead with this is they did finally get back to us. So this was, originally the intent was writing this because we were not getting a response from our March recommendations. Now we did get a response to all of them. It took 8 months, but we did get a response. And I don't have any evidence at this point that anything that we would pass as a recommendation would be able to move that process faster. So, so that's my comments. We should have voted for comments first. Sorry.
Yeah, Josh, we should have, but that's okay. You put it on the floor and you commented already, so we'll get some other comments.
Yeah, just a typo. Shouldn't it be a maximum of 120 days rather than minimum?
Sure, should be. Good pickup. Minimum might be consistent with what we've come to exist with, but you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So if we do vote on this, that should be included in what we vote. Thank you.
Yes. So I'll make a comment. I think particularly with our recommendations from meeting 12, which took so long, I'm going to say that was an outlier. There was one part of the recommendation, and I'm not sure which one it is, that just couldn't make it through the process. It got drugged back, revisited. In fact, I won't put him on the spot, but I think Mr. Bursler was about to sign off and send that recommendation back when it got pulled back. So it was, again, not gross foot dragging. It was just an inability to resolve one of our recommendations. And I think there were, how many parts in recommendation 12?
So there were 7 separate recommendations in there.
Yeah.
One was modified, and we submitted the entire package for approval. OGCE did a major rewrite on a second recommendation. So that caused the process to go through the third time. So I think this was a rare case, if you ask me. Understand the process it could speed up, but right now we're already under a gun to have the full complete package for submission for approval by the Secretary within 120 days.
Yeah.
And we'll do everything in our power to make sure it's expedient in future iterations.
Thank you, sir.
So should we just vote on this, or should we? Why don't we vote on it and officially? I mean, I think we should. I promise to bring it to a vote. So.
Okay. Any more discussion? Did we ever actually? We need a motion to approve, or a motion to disapprove. But we need a motion, some sort.
And if no one wants to do that, then it dies.
So just so you know, we only have one individual from the entire BCOB that didn't make it, Mr. Magano. So you can vote by exception on this.
This is Anthony. Just to follow up before making a motion. I mean, For the new members, the standard operating procedure is that Federal Advisory Committee recommendations should have a response within 120 days. Is that fair?
No.
No.
If I can go through the process real quick, sir, I hope I won't take too much of them. So once the recommendations are approved in the meeting, the chair provides a cover letter. That cover letter and those recommendations are submitted through two avenues. The first avenue is to ACMO. It's basically called the unvetted recommendations, and they log it in as part of their database. In the past, they used to send it to the secretary so he would be aware that these recommendations have been proposed and approved by a board. That no longer happens. Simultaneously, these recommendations, based on the office within VA that's responsible for developing a response, they're tasked out to these offices. And that may be through the Undersecretary for Health, down to the VISN, back down to GLA for response development. Once those responses are staffed back up and approved by the leadership and their respective undersecretaries, then we put a package together. And then that package is forwarded to my boss, Mr. Bursler, as the owner, executive owner of the VCOEB. And once he blesses it, and we turn it back to ACMO, that process we have up to 120 days to complete. Once we complete that process and the full package is given to ACMO, they then staff it with the Office of General Counsel, Office of Congressional Liaison, and the Executive Secretary Office. Once they've completed that, their comments and review, then it gets SecVA's decision. During that process, the package could come back for rewrite. Anybody at OGC, like in the last package in March, they had a problem with one of the responses, and we had to send it all the way back out to the respective undersecretary organization, VHA, for them to agree again or concur with the response OGC recommended. Then we had to resubmit. So that 120-day basically gets the complete package, all the staffing, all responses done, and then it goes into the executive review. That's all I have, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Hello.
this is Sarah Serrano.
Hi.
Hi. Is there such thing as a motion to stay the recommendation, as in like continue or postpone? And the reason why I ask is since, having heard the process with Eugene, maybe we use our most recent recommendation and see how long the process takes. Now that we have had a response to previous recommendations, we can go by our last one and see, maybe in general, how long the process takes for a response to come through now that we're kind of more caught up on having responses from them, and then revisit this ahead of the February meeting and assess how much time it's taken and what feedback we've gotten and go from there. Is there such thing as doing that?
Well, you can simply take the recommendation off the table, and it stays with the Services Committee and the board. It's something that we have discussed in the form of a recommendation. We decided not necessarily to disapprove it, but to simply table it for further discussion.
I would then move, I guess, to table it.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Mark Wells, yes, I agree with Sarah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion? Okay, do you have to take a roll call on this, Eugene?
No, sir, you don't. You just have one member by exception. So if you don't get any negative votes, then we should be good to go, sir.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Aye.
recommendation 15-2 is tabled.
Well, I will now hand it over to the Master Plan Subcommittee with a dubious record of proposing two recommendations that did not get voted upon. A first in the history of the committee. I will take it with pride.
And sucking up all of the Master Planning Subcommittee's time, but not to worry. Okay, Master Planning Subcommittee, you're on.
Not all of it.
So good evening. We have two recommendations. The first recommendation will tackle the issue of the town center and veterans vocational training. And then the second recommendation will tackle the issue of naming rights on the campus. So General Hopper, should I just read it into the record?
Yes.
So the VCOEB draft recommendation 15-3 states, whereas the draft master plan was adopted by the VA on January 28th, 2016, whereas the draft master plan called for development of an independent Zone 4 town center with the following elements: an area of focus for resident and non-resident veterans from across the campus and the region. It connects with each of the principal neighborhoods and functions downtown for the site, where veterans can socialize at a fitness center or cafe, participate in events in a public square, attend outdoor concerts, coordinate a volunteer effort, develop employment opportunities, visit a library, grab a bike to ride around the property, or make plans for going to a movie at one of the campus theaters. Whereas the draft master plan also called for development of a veterans vocational enterprise and cultural center in Zone 5 Outer Ring. This surrounding most of the site, this zone is the most permeable area of the campus, where veterans have direct access to the surrounding community and where reintegration becomes manifest in veteran employment opportunities. A veterans vocational enterprise and cultural center occupies the lower lying land at the southeast corner of the North Campus, accessed from Sepulveda Boulevard. Whereas the draft master plan noted at the time that, quote, a key authority that will be pertinent to VA providing the supportive housing on the campus will be VA's Enhanced Use Lease Authority, contained in 38 USC sections 8161 through 8169. Established in 1991, the authority allows VA to outlease selected sites under VA's jurisdiction and control to selected developers to finance, develop, operate, and maintain supportive housing as defined in 38 USC section 8161, parens 3. Whereas 38 USC 8161, parens 3 states the term supportive housing means housing that engages tenants in on-site and community-based support services for veterans or their families that are at risk of homelessness or are homeless. Whereas President Obama signed the West LA Leasing Act of 2006, Public Law 114-226, approximately 9 months after the draft master plan's adoption on September 29, 2016. Whereas the Section 2B2 of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act expressly empowers VA to lease real property on campus for up to 50 years for purposes beyond supportive housing, including nutrition, recreation, vocational training, and socialization. Whereas on the 5-year anniversary of the passage of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act, September 29, 2021, the VA's Inspector General released a report surveying the VA's use of its leasing authorities, including those conferred by Congress with the West Los Angeles Leasing Act. Whereas the September 20th, 2021 OIG report stated that after reviewing the healthcare system strategic plan, the OIG was unable to identify any projects planned for Zone 4, Town Center, or Zone 5, Outer Ring, to improve veteran socialization and recreation as envisioned in the draft master plan. Whereas on October 18th, 2021, VA posted a preliminary update to the draft master plan document titled Master Plan 2022. Whereas Master Plan 2022 documents do not indicate any notable progress using Section 2B2 of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act in 2016 Zone 4 Town Center and 2016 Zone 5 Outer Ring since publication of the OIG 5-year report. Whereas Master Plan 2022 abandons the vision of a town center set forth in the 2016 draft master plan in favor of a notional town square concept with no emphasis on commercial or socialization activities for both resident and non-resident veterans. Instead, it relies upon the principal developer's suggestion that Building 13 can serve as a town hall with a canteen and Patriot store, along with 25 units of permanent supportive housing. Whereas Master Plan 2022 delays development of vocational training and/or cultural enrichment opportunities in Zone 2, long-term care and auxiliary services, for at least another decade, citing, as space permits, this area can serve as a hub for job training as well as veteran art production and exhibition. Whereas Master Plan 2022 identifies 6 key redevelopment opportunity areas, including the town center opportunity area, auxiliary services opportunity area, South Campus opportunity area, Brentwood Village opportunity area, golf course opportunity area, and stadium opportunity area. Both the golf course and stadium opportunity areas were contemplated as alternative sites for supportive housing in the 2016 draft master plan. Additionally, the South Campus opportunity areas is described as having a significant amount of underutilized land. Everyone ready for the recommendations? Sorry it's taking a little while, but I'll wrap it up. Recommendation 15-3-A. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the West LA campus leadership that for purposes of producing the final Master Plan 2022, the areas of campus and parcels identified for use by the draft master plan in either the town center or Veterans Vocational Enterprise and Cultural Center be preserved for those originally intended uses and not repurposed for any other use until VA carries out a solicitation process to determine if there are interested third parties to execute those original use cases. Recommendation 15-3-B. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the West LA leadership to issue a request for qualifications for a third party to develop the town center as contemplated in the 2016 draft master plan, using its authorities under Section 2B2 of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act, including parcels 32, 33, 34, 38, and 39 in Master Plan 2022. Recommendation 15-3-C is that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the West LA VA leadership to issue a request for qualifications for a third party to develop the Veterans Vocational Enterprise and Cultural Center as contemplated in the 2016 draft master, using its authorities in Section 2B2 of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act, including parcels 68, 70, 71, 72, and 73 in Master Plan 2022. Recommendation 15-3-D is that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the West LA VA leadership to relocate new construction projects for supportive housing in parcels 32, 33, 34, 35, 38, and 39 in Master Plan 2022 to the golf course or stadium opportunity areas. Recommendation 15-3-E is that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the West LA VA leadership to relocate new construction projects for VA operations in parcels 68, 70, 71, 72, and 73 in Master Plan 2022 to the South Campus opportunity area. And then there's the recital at the end. And I would just note that we would also ask Eugene that accompanying this recommendation, we provide the slide deck that compares the 2016 and 2022 descriptions of the town center, as well as a parcel list from Master Plan 2022 that explains the identity of these parcels.
You just give them to me when after you vote on this, we'll add.
But we don't need to post them this evening. I know that the board members received them.
No. Correct.
The parcel list, I think, was just recently sent out for folks. Should have been sent a few minutes ago.
Do we have a motion on recommendation 15-3?
Hamilton here. I second the motion.
Did somebody make the motion, Hamilton? I missed it if they did.
It's Mark Wellish. I did.
Okay, thank you very much. Properly seconded by Hamilton Underwood. Discussion. Okay. Stunned silence. Rob, good job.
Hi, it's Josh. I feel out of my depth very much about the details of this, which is perfectly fine. But I do worry about this concurrent principle conundrum. And I don't know if there's any way to resolve it. I'm just so worried that given the complexity of the recommendation, the secretary will be will have to say concurrent principle, and then what have you done? So I don't know how to get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would follow up. I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
please, I'm done.
I guess I'm not overly concerned about that, only because we've had so many recommendations that have been concurred and not executed. So what's the difference, right?
Ouch, that's a cynical thought there, Anthony.
I think from my perspective, it's as an independent body, do we think that there is more work to be done with respect to particular areas in Master Plan 2022? And I think it's just a matter of us as an independent body, created by Congress, appointed by the secretary. Everyone here has been appointed or reappointed. Is there an alternative perspective? If they concur, if the secretary concurs in principle, I think that's a good thing. I don't see that's a bad thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Josh, this is Rob Bagel. Just to kind of answer that concern. Recommendations, Charlie, Delta, Echo. It's not going to be concurrent principle if he disagrees with our vision. So they're pretty specific recommendations. There's nothing wishy-washy about them. And I even think, A and B, we're really just taking a position, if the board supports it, that we believe the town center concept and the veterans training as originally envisioned is worth holding on to. And it'll link over the naming rights discussion we're going to have. But I think we've made it as targeted as we can at this stage.
Well, I think given the process of how this works is we really don't have an opportunity to amend any of these things. I think, another strategy would be to have each of these as separate recommendations so that one doesn't scuttle the bunch. But I don't think we can do that. So I think we got to, as they say, dance with them that brung us.
Yeah, I think, Josh, they're really very independent, very dependent on each other, and that A follows B follows, or C follows A and B, and so on. So we still really haven't struck on a good way to make some of these very complicated, not very complicated, but multifaceted recommendations that are interdependent. This is probably a good example, though, of the process or the package most resembling the intent of the board.
Sure. So anything when Dr. Braverman jumped in, why can't we just have a conversation? You know what I mean? Can we just sit down and talk about this stuff and come up with an agreement and walk out, have a beer and be happy? This is such a clunky process.
Yeah.
General, this is Anthony. I forgot in the procedure for the Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo. Do we vote independently or do we vote it as a package?
No, if the discussion, if nothing surfaces in the discussion about voting on them independently, then we vote on it as a package, I think.
The only thing that I would add to the intent of the recommendation, it could be the case that VA issues a solicitation in which nobody is interested.
Right.
That could very well be the case, in which case move forward with the plan as is.
Yeah.
It's not saying don't even think about it. I think the intent of the recommendation is, can we see if there are any alternative ideas out there? And if so, adjust fire.
Hey, General Hopper, Hamilton here. And in 2015, 2016, a lot of veterans gave a lot of feedback on wanting a town center. And that's why that's there, not a town hall, not one building. You put a name on the front called the town hall, and that's supposed to be a town center. A lot of veterans showed up to a lot of meetings and gave a lot of feedback that they want a town center. So I'm fully behind this recommendation. If you go to the campus now, it's a bunch of veterans sometimes just sitting around staring across the street at another building. So I think the importance of this is can't be understated, can't be overestimated. So I fully support this, and I thank Rob for writing it up.
Thanks, Hamilton. Other comments? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of this recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the recommendation passes. Got a little cosmetic work to do there. And that
Sir,
we have D
So
followed.
based on the two services subcommittees, we will have to redesignate this as 15-1.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Then we can get the alphabet right too. Cool. Okay, 15-4 to be renamed 15-2. You're on, Rob.
Thank you, sir. So the next recommendation, which we'll style as VCOEB recommendation 15-2, states, whereas the September 2021 OIG report stated that after reviewing the health system strategic plan, the OIG was unable to identify any projects planned for Zone 4, Town Center, or Zone 5, Outer Ring, to improve veteran socialization and recreation as envisioned in the draft master plan. Whereas the availability of funding to construct and operate such projects has been identified as a potential impediment for planning such activities on campus. Whereas naming rights are often used to attract third-party investment and are thought by the VCOEB to be suitable for attracting investment in the town center and or a veterans vocational enterprise and cultural center on campus. Whereas on September 29th, 2021, Office of General Counsel Real Property Group's statement was provided to VCOEB stating, "We do not agree that corporate sponsorships or naming rights are a good funding source for the West Los Angeles campus." Whereas the OGC Real Property Group opined that, quote, "the naming of the building, facilities, structures, and other real property owned and controlled by the VA violates 38 USC Section 531. Whereas OGC Real Property Group concluded their statement, quote, "as such, VA cannot condone the use of naming rights for corporate sponsorship on property that is serving veterans on the West Los Angeles campus, as it would imply a VA endorsement of the person, organization, or entity." Whereas on February 10th, 2021, VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System issued a statement titled UCLA Second Lease Amendment. The statement acknowledges that the, quote, "construction of the Branca family field will be entirely paid for and constructed by private donations to UCLA Athletics for shared use as a practice facility by the university baseball team and a recreational facility for veterans and their families. Whereas on February 10th, 2021, UCLA issued a statement titled UCLA Athletics Introduces Plan for JRS Improvements. The statement acknowledges that the Branca Family Field project is being made possible thanks in part to a generous $1 million commitment from prominent entertainment attorney and philanthropist John Branca, a graduate of the UCLA School of Law. The statement also reads, after meeting fundraising goals and receiving proper approvals from the VA and UCLA capital programs, construction will begin during the summer of 2021. No state or government funds are being used for the project. Whereas the UCLA statement also highlights multiple instances of naming rights on the West LA campus, such as Branca Family Field, Gifford Sports Complex, and Jack and Rodine Gifford Hitting Facility, in order to make real property improvements on VA property on behalf of leases. Now, therefore, let it be recommended. This will be now styled as Recommendation 15-2 Alpha. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the Office of General Counsel to issue a report on whether the naming of the baseball stadium for Jackie Robinson complies with 38 U.S.C. Section 531. Recommendation 15-2 Bravo. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the Office of General Counsel to issue a report on whether or not UCLA's naming of various portions of the baseball complex in honor of donors or other persons complies with 38 U.S.C. Section 531. Recommendation 15-2 Charlie, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the Office of General Counsel to determine what procedures the VA could follow in order to continue leaseholder use of naming rights on VA property within existing authorities. Recommendation 15-2 Delta, if the OGC opines that the naming rights violate 38 U.S.C. 531, that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the West LA VA leadership that UCLA stop all use of the names Branca Family Field, Gifford Sports Complex, or the Jack and Rodine Gifford Hitting Facility. That's it, sir.
You know, Rob, you have twins, right?
I do.
I really feel for those kids if you read to them at bedtime.
That was cold, you know, how really cold.
Sorry.
Does that mean it sends them to bed or no? The point to send them to bed?
Do we have a motion on 15-2?
Sarah Serrano, I so moved to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Joe Sapien, second.
Joe Sapien, second. Discussion.
I just forgot to add that we also, Eugene, would like to include as an attachment to this just 2 pages that illustrate UCLA's use of the naming. I think we furnished those to the board, but it's just an LA Times article and a UCLA press release.
Okay.
Well, I think it's a good recommendation. I think it's well put together. I think it's very logically laid out with great examples. And the recommendations, frankly, walk OGC through the process that got them to where they are on their recommendations right now.
Yeah, this is Rob Began, just for the group's benefit. I went back and looked at this statute, and I think this statute was passed in 1998, and it is specific to VA land. So, you know, the Jackie Robinson Stadium was named decades ago, prior to that time. And so the answer may be that that's handled separately or it's different I didn't see any evidence that Congress passed a law allowing the naming of the Jackie Robinson Stadium. But setting the stadium itself aside, what concerns us is we're being told by the VA that you can't use naming rights to attract investment. And yet UCLA is. And so I want to square that circle. I want to know why that's the case. And if it's not the case that you can do it, we want to clean it up so that we're consistent in our approach.
For one, this is Sarah. I'm very excited to see what the response to this specific recommendation is, because it's going to answer so many questions for us that are really the monkey wrenches in moving us forward on the development side. So I am very anxious to see the outcome from this.
I mean, we can count on your support, Sarah. We can count on your vote.
And Rob, this is Josh. And what you really want them to say we can use the naming rights for generating revenues that we can.
Absolutely.
That's, I mean, and I just wonder, I mean, again, process aside, that would be nice to say what you mean.
Yeah, that's right. And, I think Anthony came up with a really great suggestion here, which is what if if they say we can use naming rights for lessees, for example, on the notion that lessees are not permanent, even if it's 50 years, but I think one good suggestion is maybe we give naming rights based on the West LA Leasing Act. So the B2 authorities would have a certain number of naming rights. The B3 authorities would have a certain number of naming rights. I think it'd be a very common sense way to facilitate development on the campus. And I also think there's a lot of corporate sponsors out there that would like to be affiliated with veterans issues. And so I think there is an opportunity here if we can open the door.
Any further discussion?
This is Sarah again. Wasn't there someone earlier who mentioned that their MOU already had included the fact that, there were some limitations, but that, including naming rights was one of the options they had for financing. Didn't we hear that earlier?
I think you're talking about comments that Brian made, but I don't remember the last part, that they already had permissions.
I think, Sarah, this is Josh. I heard the opposite. I think the question was, do you need naming rights to generate sufficient revenue to pay for the town hall? And his response was, no, we do not. But I don't, that was my hearing of it. Other people can comment.
Call for the question.
Okay, no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Is there a question? Did somebody have a question? Sorry, maybe I misunderstood something.
I just called, this is Mark. I just called for the question. That was all.
Oh.
Called for a vote.
Oh, okay. All right. I was confused. Sorry about that.
Okay, hearing no nays, 15-2 is passed, approved. Okay. Folks, thanks so much for hanging in tonight. Eugene, any wrap-up comments?
Oh, yes, sir. I got a few. Just hang with me a little bit. So we are in the month of December, sir. And as we know, the first month of the next year, we do have some administrative requirements to tend to as a board. So I'll be sending out email with documents I need you filled out. I need a January 2022 date on them. There's a self-certification form. Since we are a statutory board, it's going to be the OGE 450, needed dated after 1 January. I need you all also to go online and complete the ethics training online and send me the training completion certificate. What I'll do is I either schedule FACA 101 training, either virtually, like we provided to our 5 new members, or hold off in person and do it in person at our next meeting. So those things will have to be completed starting in January. I would ask that all the new members send your subcommittee preferences to the chair for potential assignment. Of course, we got to balance that out according to our balance plan, according to the needs of the board. Sir, just one last thing. Right now, I think we're still under the restrictions that we have to provide a 60-day request for a waiver to have a meeting for over 50 folks to the COVID-19 task force. We got to obtain that approval in conjunction with publishing a notice of meeting. So we'll go ahead and get started on that. We kind of got a leg up on it now since we started the process in hopes that we'd have this meeting in face-to-face. And I'm recommending that for January, which is the first Tuesday of January, be the next GLA VCOEB information exchange to cover some of the topics that Max said we could potentially cover. Maybe get OAM advice from the PD with regards to RFQ versus contract, and maybe get the community plan briefing as well, and the information exchange with regards to building 13 portrayed as a hard building. So those are some of the topics that we could potentially have during the next GLA VCOEB information exchange. Other than that, sir, subject to your question, that's all I have.
Okay, Eugene, a couple of things for the DFOs. Put together a contact list for us that has our the current board with our new members, and send that to everybody. Contact information. The 4th of January is the first Tuesday, and
So that's just one I threw out there. We can play that one by ear. I know it's right at the.
yeah.
Okay. More to follow.
I'm thinking, yeah, okay, more to follow on that.
Okay.
And okay, good. Mr. Bursler.
No, sir, just looking forward to getting together in person very soon with everybody. Thanks so much for everything.
Okay, Mr. Bursler. John, thank you so much as well. Subcommittee chairs, starting with Dr. Bamberger.
Just my gratitude for everyone for hanging in there with both my rants and my poorly developed recommendations. But thank you, and looking forward to further discussions. And I really hope that the new members can help us overcome some of our burnouts that I think we've achieved, because I do think we have a lot of work to do. And I really look forward to your involvement to inject some goodwill.
Okay, Josh, thanks very much. I skipped by Dr. Braverman. I apologize for that. Steve, you still on?
Oh, I am, sure. No need to apologize. And I do want to reiterate that while I know that all of the recommendations are to the secretary, we always listen, and where we think something might be a good idea that is executable on the, in the immediate way to help, especially with the homeless situation, we're going to take a look at it ourselves and execute it. And some of the things where some of those recommendations may not have always been responded to in a timely fashion to the extent that you all like, we may have already been, addressing sometimes, like we were talking about with the by name list and such. And I'd also say that, and Dr. Bamberger, I mentioned this 3 months ago, and the fact that if it's missing or not well represented in the master plan, in regards to at least some iteration for, I guess I would say, assisted living opportunities and aging opportunities that are outside the current scope of HUD Bash. There might not be an outright building that's identified for that now, but there should be a caveat in there that says we're going to continue to look for that and try to find alternatives within the legal system that we have. So, we're listening, and we'll continue to move on, and that's why the comment section's in there for folks to be able to comment and see how we need to change stuff. So I appreciate the dialogue. Over.
Thanks, Dr. Braverman, very much. Jim Worski. Did we lose Jim?
No, you did not lose me, sir. Not that easy, but thank you. And thanks to everyone As I yield my time over to John Bursler as our Chief Veterans Experience Officer, and thank you, John, for your comments. I'm just going to give some quick remarks on the back. You could all see that General Hopper, Eugene Skinner, and I are all in the same conference room today. Actually, we're social distancing in the same. No, I'm all kidding. Hey, thank you all. As I started our meeting today, it was a marathon meeting today, especially for virtual effect. I too am so looking forward to having the opportunity to be seeing people face to face as it's coming around, and Eugene's got that all under control. Eugene, you did an awesome job as always. So thank you very much for the DFO work that you do and how you just know it all going on. Excellent work. And General Hopper, thank you for the leadership that you're doing on this team. Much appreciated. So thank you all. And of course, by all means, everyone, if we don't get a chance to talk again, happy holidays. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jim. Okay, back to Master Planning Subcommittee. Rob, any last thoughts, comments?
I just thank their board for supporting the 2 resolutions of the subcommittee, and I just want to say I look forward to meeting the new members. I always benefit from coming together and talking with the group, and I hope everyone feels the same way. I'm convinced our work remains vital.
Absolutely. Thanks, Rob. Let me just give him a chance as the outgoing Master Plan Subcommittee Chair. Anthony Allman, any thoughts, comments?
No, it's been almost 4 years as a Federal Advisory Committee member. Got tapped for another 2, so I'll be here for a while. And I'll be moving on to chair the Veterans Advisory Commission for LA County. And so I'll be taking your role, General Hopper. I have a gavel. It's very formal, and look forward to keep doing some good work. Thanks, everyone.
We look forward to you continuing to do some good work as well, Anthony. Thanks very much.
All right.
Members of the board, any comments before we close out? I heard something.
Can I jump in real quick, General Hopper?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a couple of comments. First of all, to Anthony Altman, I will tell you, my friend, I'm here to serve and here to support you. I think the commission is in great hands. So kudos to you on that promotion, my friend. You got your hands full because LA County is one of the biggest. You have over 330,000 veterans, as you know, that you service, but certainly appreciate your leadership efforts there. So I'm here to serve in any way. I'm only a phone call, email away. Secondly, sir, I think Colonel Skinner should give a class to all civilian leadership on being direct, clear, and concise, because his direction was spot on. And I think civilian leadership certainly doesn't understand from the military side of the house what that means and how crisp and how clear that can be for us military folks. We're still working on that. So kudos to you, Colonel Skinner. And to the rest of the group, your leadership, General Hopper, to everyone on this call, Dr. Bamberger, Anthony, everyone that have served alongside the last 12 months. Myself, happy holidays to each and every one of you. And I tell you, stay safe, my friends.
Thanks, Dennis. You too.
Thanks. Thank you, Dennis. Okay, DFOs, Chi and Eugene, thanks very much for the setup. I'm not sure whether Tony is still on, Bushnell or Janet, but thank you both for your work setting up this meeting as well. I'll wish you all very happy holidays and say thanks so much for your
last thing, sir.
Sorry?
Sure, one last thing. We still have some of the public that are hanging with us to this late hour. So I just want to thank them for their persistence and perseverance of supporting this meeting and continue to be online with us.
You're absolutely right. God bless you all. And happy holidays to you all, and take time to enjoy family and friends and stay safe. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, good job, guys.
30 years to learn
Hey, are we done? Okay, 5:30. Even.
Thank you, Eugene.
Who is that?
Maggie, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just shut the recording down, so you'll get it shortly. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you
All
for all
right.
your support today.
Thank you.
All right.